Well, everybody, good morning, everyone. It is a wonderful Saturday. I hope you guys are all having a great day so far. Hi, 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 hi. Hi, I'm alive. Yay. Whew. All right. Well, we got a lot to talk about today. We have a lot to talk about. First and foremost, what do you mean? Just as like a quick mold segment, this is a quick fungal segment, a spore segment, if you will. Bro, what the fuck do you mean? Asmund is just talking about ending people's bloodlines. And like that's totally okay by Twitch. Twitch sees that and says, "That's good." Oh, okay. Oh, okay. For sure. For sure. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Twitch rules are actually just decorations. They're just suggestions. They're just suggestions. Does he mean the bloodlines on the wall like his? Well, a hummus tier list is way worse. All right. So I want to do a quick little, just a quick peek at that, okay? Listen, he's in the middle of ending his own bloodline, so it's fine, apparently. Oh, it's like a real recognized real situation? Got it. That makes sense, actually. That actually does make sense. Okay, so there's that. There's that I wanted to talk about very briefly. And then, do you guys see Tucker Carlson brutally frame-logging? Brutally frame-logging the Economist, editor-in-chief? Where the Economist editor-in-chief basically says something along the lines of, well, Israel has a right to exist and a right to defend itself, and she has to like think about what that means for the first time in her life. Oh, oh my God. I have to show it to you guys. I have to. And then, in an unprecedented event, Iran has struck um, Diego Garcia. And for anyone who doesn't know anything about that, this is a base that's existed for 5 decades, I want to say, and it's 5,000 kilometers away from Iran. Iran previously stated they only have ballistic missiles that are capable of reaching 2,000 kilometers away. It has not been struck in 5 decades, and Iran just hit it. This is on par, by the way, with the F-35 being hit. Like, this is... We are wholly unprepared for a war with Iran. Fucking piece of shit paper tiger. But we obliterated that. We obliterated capability. I live near Diego Garcia, Maritas. I definitely mispronounced that. I missed like an I. I can give more info if you want. Oh, absolutely. Please send it. I'll pull up your logs on the side so that I can grab it. Okay. So yeah, it's not good. It's not good. It's not good, guys. Oh, it's pronounced with an SH. Uh, Mauritius. Is that right? Mauritius. Got it. Thank you. Consensus was it was a Horamshar 4 with less than half a normal payload, thus extending its range. Whoa. Average Chud be like, if they lied about their missile distance, they could lie about their nuclear program. But actually, that is what the average Chud would think. It's actually pronounced Hamas. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my bad. Fucking engineering nation. Yeah. Yeah. So, they're probably with just tinkering with stuff on the go. Well, surprisingly, when you don't have to rely on Boeing or Raytheon or Lockheed Martin to engineer you weapons that cost hundreds of millions of dollars that do fucking nothing. The US used to have there was a really good video on it that explained it in great detail, but the US used to manufacture their own weapons. So the people using the weapons were, you know, a hallway across from the people engineering the weapons, and there was a military branch for engineering weapons. So there was actually a worthwhile attempt at keeping costs low. We've gone completely towards for-profit manufacturing of weapons. So we only have one company that creates one type of missile that we need because it's the only missile we use. And so they can charge exorbitant rates and be like, it takes us a full work day to do that? Something that takes 5 minutes. Like, have you guys ever worked those jobs where you ask for a raise and your boss doesn't give you a raise and you say, okay, well, minimum wage, minimum work? Fuck you. If I'm going to work twice or 3 times as hard as the next worker and you're not going to pay me or compensate me for that, then why the fuck would I work harder for you? Like, huh? Okay, if you're going to pay me the minimum amount allowed, then I'm going to work the minimum amount allowed. Sure, it'll take me a week to solve this. Why not? Sure, it'll take me a month to fix this bug. It actually takes like a day at max. You act your wage. I mean, I've done it before where I've worked jobs and I've like really put my whole pussy into the job. Like I'm spending every minute productively. I am making that workplace efficient as fuck. Then I ask for a raise and it's like, yeah, no. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to quit. It's like, oh, but we really need you. You really do. Like, oh, but we would not function. Okay, well, that's nice. I'm not doing all this work if I'm not going to get paid for it, huh? You're telling me privatizing the weapon industry was the downfall of American imperialism? Unironically, that was the beginning of the end for military operations. Oh, but anyways, if they see you're a hard worker, they just load you with more work for the same pay, correct? Which, listen, I'm sure that there are people in here who have had this experience where you actually do put in more work and you get paid more. But when you put in more work and then you don't get paid more, why the fuck? You are not incentivized to keep putting in more work. Why would you work twice as hard if your boss isn't going to recognize how hard you're working? And they're not going to like compensate you for that. Like, hello? If their opinion is, well, I should just be able to pay you the smallest amount. Okay, well then I should be able to give you the least amount of work. Hmm? Yeah, just be a good wage slave. Just be a good wage slave. But what about your family? You know, this company, we're like a family. Okay? I bought us a pizza once. All right? And that's not cheap with DoorDash, all right? It's not cheap. I overproduced for the first year of my job. My department saw a 25% revenue increase and I got a 2% raise. So I stopped doing anything other than meeting quota. That's crazy. That's insane. I'm not joking. Like I literally, this one job I had, basically we were pulling from online databases, publicly available databases, and he had everyone pulling manually and sitting there editing files manually. And I was like, I don't even know the way to do this. I'm going to sit down and figure this out. And I told him, like, can I just spend the day working on improving like the data scraping? This is not that hard. Like, this can't be that hard to fix. So I spent like 2 work days working on this. And I got effectively an Excel sheet that would do all of the work in a matter of seconds instead of like hours, like literally hours. Okay? And that's on top of all the other things that I did in my that were in the purview of my job on a daily basis. And they were like, yeah, we just can't afford a raise, right? We just can't afford one. Yeah. Just can't do that. Oh, okay. Okay, well, bye. Okay, well, deuces. I'm good. I'm good. Oh, budget cuts and all of that. But anyways, spreadsheeting your way out of a job. Well, I wasn't the one doing that work, is the thing. It was like random fucking interns that were doing that work. In a happy story, I did something very similar and I recently got promoted. Yay! I'm happy for you. I do think it's worthwhile to try once at every job with every boss that you have or every employer that you have to try once. Like really put a lot of effort in once. And if they actually seem like someone that will respect it, great. And if not, then like why don't fucking bother. Like literally don't. You should give back what they give you. Why should you fucking slave away for someone who doesn't give a shit about respecting your labor or your value at all? So anywho, um, on the topic with that, I was on one. Had a reason for bringing that up. At a county position, my boss was having me do her work and presenting it to a board as her own. I didn't know until one of the board members contacted me and asked me if I was okay because she was telling them I was out for my kid or was sick every time there was a meeting. Oh, insane, bro. Yeah, it's just disgusting, dude. It's okay for your boss to tell you no, but if you tell them no, they lose their fucking minds. But I'm taking on all of the risk. Jesus. I actually sold bidets at a 25, what is that, dollar commission? Or is that percent commission? I sold 200 in one sale. We no longer got commission after that sale because the owner didn't want to pay that. Now we need you. Ludwig, shut up. Shut up. You're annoying. Oh my God. Anyways. All right. They put my ass in the spotlight in the monthly newsletter for doing great work. Now every manager emails me when they want shit done. Thanks for blowing up my easy job, damn. Oh, okay. Moving on. Moving on. Uh, so yeah, I want to talk about that, and then I have a couple of variety stories that I want to get to. We have a lot of things to get to, everyone. Yay! I'm excited. I am excited. Alrighty. Asmo was laughing, celebrating women finally getting hit and getting what they deserve yesterday and still didn't get banned. Why won't Twitch ban him for even a day? They banned Hassan for way less violent speech many times. We literally got banned for 30 days for hummus. Because some fucking loser got his feelings hurt. 30 days for hummus. I need to do like a skit on that one day. I need to. Because I think a lot of people don't even know the hummus lore. I think there's a bunch of people that know that we got banned for hummus, but they don't know all of the hummus lore. And I just, I have to. I should do something on that. I think it'd be fun. Perfect topic for a YouTube video, actually. Yeah. Sorry, did you say Hamas? There wasn't a real concern. It was fake outrage. Yeah. Yep. Side by side of the hummus video and Asmon. Yeah. Yeah. Quick Denims condemn. Good Mythical Morning reviewed Sabra hummus and they didn't like it. Wow, the anti-Semitism is crazy. I just can't believe it. I can't believe the anti-Semitism. It's just messed up. It's so messed up. It's really funny because the Sabra hummus controversy is so convoluted that today nobody even thinks of what was originally manufactured as the outrage. Everyone thinks that it's because Sabra Hummus is an Israeli company that is on like the boycott list. But no one knows, or I think so many people forgot that the outrage was manufactured because Sabra is a transliteration for what the Hebrew word for a Jewish person from Israel, which no one knows that definition. Literally, no one knows that definition. You can pull any American off the street and tell them, what is Sabra? And they will say hummus. And they will say shitty hummus. Literally everyone. And then they tried to insist we were dog whistling. A word we didn't know. Okay. Like the shitty Marvel character. Unironically, people would know the shitty Marvel character way before they would know what that is. But okay. Sure Jan moment. Yeah. So forced. A tier list made by a Jewish person, though. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Anyways. It's the literal meaning of the word. Effectively, nobody in the US knows what it means. I don't even think anyone on that panel knew what it meant. I don't think anyone who watched the panel knew what it meant. Sleeper agent dog whistle. Dog whistle so deep, no one even knows what the dog whistle is. We're so many levels deep, no one even knows anyone is dog whistling or being dog whistled to. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, shall we begin, though? That's enough yapping. Oh, my yapper. Oh, and I was thinking we could do the same thing, chat, if you guys are feeling up for it. I gotta say, I've really been enjoying the Resident Evil streams. Why am I doing like a Lego hand now? What the fuck? I'm really enjoying the Resident Evil streams. I have to say, I'm really enjoying the horror on Grace. They really did balance it so well. They really gave people what they wanted. Because if you want action, you get action. And if you want horror, you definitely get horror. Like, the Grace POV is like, it's the character that looks like it's from Animal Crossing. It's like walking in the dark hallway like... And then when you want action, you just fucking thong out, tramp stamp out, fucking whip out the chainsaw, run around with Leon Kennedy. It feels like you can hear every time Leon Kennedy is walking, you hear, the Luna Snow song, the bum ba-dum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. All the girls are girling. Anyone know that? If you guys don't know that meme, don't worry. More about it. I saw this one TikTok that was like, well, not TikTok, I don't use Twitter video. If I can find it. Okay. Yes, good. Scientists confirmed this is how the Earth spins. Real chat. Can someone confirm? Dude, my Twitter is so good. It's like 80% cats doing stupid shit and stupid cat edits. And then like 10% this shit. 9% political content, and then 1%, which is given to everyone, I just presume, Roiper right-wing weirdo content. Spider-Man, brand new aid. Let's see. Let's enjoy this happy day. I saw one person say, Tobey Maguire was Jewish or something. Sorry, was Christian Jewish? I don't remember. And then the second Spider-Man was Jewish. It's only fair we get a Muslim Spider-Man. uh, hold up. Oh, I think I lost it. It was this this creator made this like satirical video where she's dressed up as like the siren, the Resident Evil siren, and then she switches gears to like Leon. I can't describe it. I can't describe it well. I think like the title was something like "You're a random zombie in the Resident Evil universe, and you hear Leon Kennedy coming" or something like that. I'll see if I can find it for you guys. All right, now. Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, it's so good. If you guys keep that shit, send it over. Send it my way. Oh, I wanted to see this as well. I don't know how many of you guys saw this. Quick little update on this.
Okay, so Cubans, fucking best people. Okay, so kind, so welcoming, just the best, just the absolute best people. Oh my lord. Okay, not in Miami. Oh, dude, it's the reversal. Actually, literally, like the exact opposite. Like all the good Cubans stayed here, and most of the ones that are crazy just like flew up there. I swear to God. So March and I were about to discuss. We get into Uber last night. March and I are about to discuss that we're gonna be flying to Cuba, like talking about plans, right? And I was like, March, don't say anything, because I noticed that the dude in the car was a Miami Cuban. I was like, don't, like, I literally went, don't say anything. And then I just asked him. I was like, where are you from? And he's like, oh, Cuba. And I was like, okay. And I just asked him about, like, you know, what his feelings are about what's going on. March actually spat some Spanish at him, okay? And let me tell you, okay? He said, Donald Trump needs to finish the job. That's what he said. That was the first guy. And this is like, I guess this was March's first real interaction with like a Miami Cuban. You know what I mean? This was his first ever interaction with a real Miami Cuban, like a real ass Miami Cuban, right? So he was like kind of shocked. So March had not experienced that at all. So that was like his first ever inclination. And the guy had no family here. They were all in Miami, right? So like, you know, obviously he was the classic, like, you know, bomb it all, like God sorted out type guy. I feel like there's this it's a very strange predicament. It's a very strange situation. They have this very weird attitude about it. On the one hand, they understand what their families' lives looked like or felt like when there was a little bit of sanctions relief, and like they could send money with ease to their families. You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a strange cognitive dissonance to experience in real time.
Okay, so I have a big explanation for this that I think people won't like, or some people won't like. All right, but before we do that, chatter, boobzilla, we love you, Asma. The fucking bacteria living in his brain, the fucking brain worms living in his brain, eating it slowly. The mold that lives in his walls. We love you. Yes. Never clean your house. Yes. Let us proliferate. Yeah. um. American individualism is a fucking disease. It's literally a fucking brainworm. And the people that are attracted to American individualism and attracted to America because of its individualism are terrible people. And the people who are, the people who come here and eventually, what's the term that right wingers like to use? What is it? Not mesh with the community, integrate, assimilate, only become worse. Because individualism rots your fucking brain. It is actually the worst thing that people have ever created. It is so unbelievably antithetical to being a human being. So it only attracts the most degenerate human beings, and it only creates the most degenerate human beings. Destroys empathy? Correct. Correct. Absolutely correct. I mean, you can even look at any nation that Americans respect, and they don't run on individualism. They just, I'm sorry, China is not an individualist society. You can even look at like Japan, because I know Americans love Japan. Japan is not an individualist society. Look at like almost every Nordic country that Americans love to like Euro boo about. Not individualist societies. Now, the scope of community is going to differ, culture to culture. But individualism is literally fucking brain rot. It is actually fucking brain rot. But is it still considered individualism if we are Charlie Kirk? Humans aren't even individualists, we're collectivists, but we delude ourselves, correct. Trying to explain to my friends that getting rid of illegals will not get you a better quality of life, literally. Isn't Japan like crazy racist? Yeah, that's why I said the scope of community is going to differ culture to culture. But Americans' perspective on collectivist views is literally you and your immediate family, and that's it. It's like you, maybe your spouse, your kids, and maybe your parents, and that's it. And maybe like a close friend. And that is the scope. Like that is as far out as most Americans can think to empathize. It's by design though. Oh, absolutely. Anything more is communism. Duh. Obviously correct. Real. People can have individuality, but individualism is just bad. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of Americans are also just so fucking stupid. They don't understand that, like, you can still be an individual and you can still have the things that make you you. It doesn't mean that you have to subscribe to this ideology that makes empathizing with anyone else that isn't an immediate family member is morally wrong. They got mine, fuck you mentality. Like, I fundamentally, as a concept, I don't understand the type of Americans that literally think, well, I shouldn't feed someone else's kids that are starving in school. Like, I don't understand it. Like, it is brain breaking to try and understand that idea. If it costs me a couple pennies a day to know that kids in this country aren't starving, they're getting enough food to be able to pay attention in class, I'm okay with that. In fact, that's where I want my money to go. That is the first place I would want my money to go. I would love to know that the money that I pay into taxes actually goes to anything good at all. I would love to know that I am paying money so that some kids get to eat some food. Or so that someone that is homeless can maybe have a chance at housing. Or so that someone who can't afford healthcare maybe can get treatment that they need. That is amazing. I love to know that my tax money is actually going to something that is morally good, that is helping, and not, I don't know, murdering people across the fucking planet. But that would be socialism. Oh. I got mine, so fuck all of you. Mentality broke me from the Lib Kids versus MAGA Parents podcast. I've since seen that mentality everywhere. It's just so bizarre. It's just like, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't have to, like, I don't, and I feel like kids are the best example for how brain broken Americans are. Because it's not your child, you don't care that they're starving. Are we, like, what has happened? It costs pennies a day, pennies. And that's too much for you. You are a fundamentally broken person to think that way. In the richest country in the world. In the richest country in the world. Those are my pennies. That's amazing. It's just, and then how they square that away with being pro-life is crazy to me. It's like, no, we need to take care of children in this country. We shouldn't allow women to be so reckless. We shouldn't allow women to be so unbelievably reckless and just aborting kids left and right. Oh, so we should take care of those kids. Potentially women who are getting abortions, some of the women who are getting abortions are getting them out of financial necessity. And they otherwise are going to struggle. If they have the child, they're going to struggle to be able to pay for everything that they need. You don't want to feed the kids. Oh, okay. You're just pro forced birth. Got it. 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 Then there's crooked fake nonprofits take that tax money and pocket it while dishing it out. I mean, again, that's why I was describing taxes. Like school lunches, school breakfast and lunches should be completely paid for by taxpayer dollars. There should be no question about it. There is no kid that should be hungry at school because they can't pay for it. There should be some subset of money that is allocated. We can clearly print out $1 billion a day for war in Iran. I don't see why we can't use a fraction of that money to feed hungry kids in this country. So insane to me. It's so insane. We can't let women murder the fetuses, but we should let children starve, is how conservatives think. No, but actually. 1 second. There was a dumb fuck chatter. I wanted to show you guys. Where is it? Here it is. Dude, this guy thought he cooked. This guy really thought he cooked. I don't see you out feeding poor people. You don't know anything about me. You don't know how I spend my free time. You don't know how I've spent my free time. You're an idiot. And what makes you an even bigger idiot is the fact that I said, I would like my tax dollars. I would like the average American to not have to go out of their way to feed poor people. We pay all this money in taxes. I would like it to be allocated towards children so that regardless of personal philanthropy, children get fed in this country. But you can't even listen because you're just trying to fucking destroy the libs in the culture war, bro. I hear you loud and clear. 1 trillion to Israel. Perfect. Giving Asmon saying, well, Hassan doesn't even go out to protest before a chatter pointed out that he did on stream, LMAO. Well, the problem is if you do it on stream, you're just doing it for clout. And if you do it off stream, you didn't do it. It's just pathetic. But someone link this. Got to circle back for this for 1 moment on the Resident Evil stream. POV or a zombie in Resident Evil and hear a middle-aged man walking up. Strike the pose. No, but like this really is it. Yeah, if you did it on stream, it's for clout. If you did it off stream, it didn't happen. Correct. Actually correct. Wait, did I like that tweet? Oh, yes. Especially when our taxes pay for the per diem food allowances for all the elected officials, state legislators will kill talks about free school lunch and in the same breath increase their own allowance for food per day. Literally. I just need to ask a quick question before we get into news today. The FBI is investigating now resigned Director of National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, for leaking classified information. Are his eyes really like that? The very first reply. No, it's edited. This is the real one. Alright. Stupid. This is going viral on Japanese Twitter. And it's the prime minister being compared to the cart titan. This is defamation. Oh God. All right. Let's shift gears, shall we? Shall we shift gears? It's so crazy too, because I don't even see anyone talking about the fact that or there isn't even any mainstream media talking about the fact that Iran has struck this base. But we'll get to that in a second. First, I wanted to go over this. Do you guys see? I'm sure many of you have seen at this point. Trump wants to lift the sanctions. What are we doing? What are we doing? Bomb Iran. Step 1. Lift sanctions on Iranian oil. Step 2. Step 3, question mark, question mark, question mark. Step 4, profit. Masterful gambit, sir. Art of the deal.
New tonight, the U.S. has paused sanctions on Iranian oil stranded on tankers at sea until mid-April. This comes as the administration tries to curb soaring oil prices and gas prices here at home. Luis Fernandez is in the Live Center following these developments. Luis?
Yeah, Gerald, let's go ahead and give you the new now next for the war on Iran. We're going to go ahead and start with new. Early Saturday morning in that part of the world, the Israeli military strikes have been seen in Beirut's southern suburbs. We're talking smoke and loud explosions. No casualties at the moment, but important to remember, Beirut is the capital city of Lebanon. More than 1,000 people have been killed in Lebanon at this point, and more than 1 million have been displaced. Looking at the now, going to those sanctions being lifted, this is specifically on Iranian oil that is at sea, that is stranded at sea, as all this is going on with the Strait of Hormuz and everything. So that is a 30-day sanction lift. Remember, the Trump administration is looking for ways to curb oil prices. They've also lifted some 30-day sanctions on some Russian oil as well. Of course, there are some limits to that if someone is selling to North Korea or Cuba. And finally, a note from CEO of United Airlines, Scott Kirby. He says that he is preparing for oil to reach $175 a barrel. That is a worst-case scenario. He mentioned in a message to employees on Friday, they are also preparing for oil not to return to $100 a barrel or less until the end of next year.
So, what lesson is Iran supposed to learn from this? Breaking: U.S. to temporarily lift sanctions on oil from Iran for 30 days. Iran, after shooting down a $1 trillion plane, and the U.S. removes sanctions. What? I'm sorry, is Iran supposed to learn that they're doing this incorrectly? Is this not sending the incorrect message that we're supposed to be sending? Iran learned that Trump is scared of the market. So disappointed in you. How did you not title it Shatterday? No. Are you tired of winning? Is everybody having a good time? Is everybody having a good... Okay, but also at the same time, we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. 1, completely degrading Iranian missile capability. Wrong. 2, destroying Iran's defense industrial base. Wrong. 3, eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry. Wrong. 4, never allowing Iran to get even close to nuclear capability. Incorrect. And always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to such a situation should it take place. 5, protecting at the highest level our Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. Wrong. Literally wrong. The Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. The United States does not. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald Trump. So all of that was wrong. So literally all of that was wrong. In other words, Cuba should just start bombing planes to end the embargo. I mean, is that not what we're telling the rest of the world? Hey, if we have you sanctioned or embargoed, just bomb the shit out of us and then we'll probably give up? USA, 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 USA. I would really love to see how Fox News covers. By the way, talking about we have completely destroyed or degraded Iranian missile capability, and they're eliminated their Navy and Air Force. I would really love to see the Fox News coverage.
Well, we begin with some breaking news.
I would really love to see the Cope News coverage on this.
Just within the last hour, Iran revealing.
According to Fox News, a local dog just had puppies. Cuba sending shahads to Miami. I mean, okay. Merrick Sam, thank you for the 15 months, by the way.
That its Nasan nuclear facility has been hit in an airstrike. That's the country's main uranium enrichment site, and Iranian officials say there is no radiation leakage. Right now, it's unclear whether it was the U.S. or Israel that carried out that mission.
Also overnight, Iran firing 2 ballistic missiles at strategic U.S.-UK military base on the island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. It marks the regime's first threat to U.S. interests beyond the Middle East.
Meanwhile, President Trump offering the nation a hopeful update on Operation Epic Fury.
Hopeful update.
Lucas Thompson joining us live from Dubai to kick things off with the very latest details. And Lucas, Diego Garcia.
That's right. Good morning, Griff. Diego Garcia, a long way from the stated ranges of Iran's missiles. Remember, it's just a few years ago, the late Ayatollah said they don't have any missiles that go this far. So officials say it's very clear he was lying, as well as other Iranian officials.
No. Military leaders not showing their hand? No.
Diego Garcia, 4,000 kilometers away. For Charlie, let's put this in miles, about 2,500 miles. And previously, Iran said their missiles only go 2,000 kilometers, or about 1,300 miles. So clearly this demonstrates that 3 weeks into this war, Iran still has some ability to launch some ballistic missiles, and apparently some ballistic missiles that nobody knew they had, perhaps the CIA and Mossad as well. But President Trump says he thinks this war is starting to wind down after more than 15,000 1,000 missions between the United States and Israeli air forces, striking over 8,000 targets across Iran. And now we have the venerable A-10 Warthog, that 50-year-old warhorse, running strafing missions along the coastline against those small boats associated with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. A-10 with that 30-millimeter cannon that shoots depleted uranium shells, probably the only uranium the Trump administration wants to see in Iran after those strikes you mentioned on Natanz and the nuclear sites. And recall during Midnight Hammer, those nuclear sites were hit. Officials say this was always going to be part of the latter stages of the war. Those nuclear sites don't shoot back, of course. Had to take out the air defense systems, had to take out ballistic missiles, which the Pentagon insists are down 90%, although I should mention that Iran able to launch about 60 drones at Saudi Arabia earlier today and overnight back in the United States.
God, you're so right, chat. He's slobbing on it. Oh my God.
Kuwait and here in the Emirates, air defense systems were active. And this is Eid. This is the Muslim world celebrating the end of the holy month of Ramadan. It's supposed to be a happy time, but it's supposed to be a time of celebration. Iran clearly not pausing it, nor for their Nowruz.
It's war. You guys went to war with Iran. How dare they not celebrate Eid? Like, the people in Iran are absolutely celebrating Eid. They're just not going to. It's not like their military forces are just going to put everything down. If something was happening on Christmas, would the U.S. just stop all of its military forces? Hello?
Persian New Year as well. Now, here are some of the nuclear facilities that are still left and need to be targeted. President Trump also taking a true social on his way to Palm Beach last night, leaving the White House. He thinks the war is coming down to a conclusion. He said he didn't want a ceasefire. He's calling Iran obliterated, and he's saying we're getting closer to achieving our objectives, completely degrading Iran's nuclear missile and launch capabilities, destroying Iran's defense industrial base. We heard that at the Pentagon.
How many times has Trump said we're starting to wind down on this war? Just as a quick question here. How many times has it? Just want to know. The weapons fitter explained that the missile that was sent to Diego Garcia was the same that they currently use. It just made that distance because they used a really light payload.
Secretary Hegseth, General Kane, limiting their Navy and Air Force. And there's also this issue with Carg Island. We have over 2,000 Marines from the Boxer Amphibious Ready Group now deploying from San Diego. Of course, take about a month to get there. The Pacific, pardon the sirens back there. There's Carg Island. This is a strategic choke point for the Iranians. They ship 96% of their oil from this little island in the northern Persian Gulf outside of Basra and Kuwait. And if the Iranians are going to hold the Strait of Hormuz hostage, perhaps President Trump wants to return the favor, take something that the Iranians want.
Iran is holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage. That's like saying the U.S. is holding the World Trade Center hostage.
Perhaps another real estate deal coming up. As you can see here, CENTCOM continuing to get into it, laying it down and destroying a lot of these Iranian surface-to-air missile sites and ballistic missiles. And I'm told that's all the time I have, guys.
Lucas, thank you for breaking that down.
How dare they hold their own coastline hostage? What the hell?
Into American for me in terms of the distance to Diego Garcia. But could you also kind of break it down for us? What is the difference in sort of escalation in terms of distance that rocket was able to hit? And what does that mean for other interests in outside of the direct Middle East area?
Well, here's the good news, Charlie. That missile didn't hit anything. According to the Wall Street Journal, one of them failed, splashed down in the Indian Ocean. The other one was knocked down by an SM-3 missile. Only the U.S. Navy fires those, so that's from a guided missile destroyer shooting it out of the sky. But the big concern here, maybe not concern, but for it's just more proof that Iran has not been honest about its capabilities for years.
You can see him turn the propaganda on in real time. The big concern is that Iran actually has significant military capabilities that we underestimated. I mean, they're meanie heads and they're lying. Did you guys know that? I can't believe that this country that we bombed would lie. You know, I can excuse bombings that we do on other countries, but I draw the line at a country lying.
The Iranians insisted they didn't have any missiles that went that far. They said the max range of their missiles was half that. They called it, defense for the region. The fact that they are trying to launch a missile, 2,500 miles, that certainly puts a lot of European capitals in range. Of course, a lot of American bases in range as well. So the concern is, one, that they are able to launch something this large, and also that they have that capability. But the good news here is, one,
It's kind of giving. I don't know if anyone's had this happen to them. I don't have a better analogy, unfortunately. Has anyone had it happen to them in Rivals where your team or the enemy team says, "Don't worry, we're banning Gambit," and one of your teammates has a Gambit, you're not banning Gambit, and it's like,
splash down, the other shot down, Charlie.
Yeah, but troubling because it certainly sends a message that they have capabilities twice what they have publicly stated. Lucas Thompson, live force in
I
Dubai.
understand your FPS slop analogies.
Lucas, thank you.
Thanks, Lucas.
Thanks, Lucas.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
I am Brian Kilmeade. We are all Brian Kilmeade. We are all Charlie Kirk. We are all Brian Kilmeade. Chapo Traphouse had a great analogy of a parking lot fight, and how dare Iran not rip their arms off and let us fight them. Can you imagine like a robber shows up at your house and they're like, "All right, just give me the money, put the money in the bag, put all your valuables in the bag. You don't have any weapons, right?" No, I don't have any weapons. And then you walk over to the safe, which also has a gun right underneath it. And they're like, "Dude, you lied. You said you didn't have any weapons. What the hell? You just shot me. What the fuck? But you told me you didn't have any weapons. Dude, messed up, yo. That's fucked. I can't believe you would lie. I'm literally robbing you, but I can't believe you would lie to me. Have some fucking the nerve, dude. What happened to honor and integrity around here? I trusted you." Like, what? "I'm killing your civilians, but you lied, and that's worse." Huh? Campaign cyclist, thank you for the gift of rescue. Thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, this is, I've seen people talking about it. Iran seems to be following a strategy of unveiling more and more impressive military capabilities as the war goes on. They just fired long-range ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia, one of the most strategically significant U.S. military bases in the world, hosting B-52 bombers, nuclear subs, etc., nearly 5,000 kilometers away from them in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Diego Garcia has never been hit before in any war in its 5 decades of existence, and no one knew Iran had these type of capabilities. Iran themselves said that their ballistic missile range was limited to 2,000 kilometers. 2 days ago, they took down an unkillable F-35 fifth-generation fighter jet, something which has never happened before. They've also managed to take control of the world's most strategic oil choke point and have proven that they can hit any strategic target in the wider Middle East, even the most protected ones, such as Israel's Haifa oil refinery. Honestly, we haven't even seen their cyberfuckery. I'm not looking forward to that. Yeah. Yep. And we have no reason to believe that that hasn't already begun, by the way. We have no reason at all to believe that Russia hasn't already been totally juicing our shit, cybersecurity-wise, and feeding all the information directly to Iran. I mean, Russia has every incentive to do so. Shai Thembo, thank you so much for the for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. We're talking about this war, this shit show. Okay, let's see. All in all, it sounds almost unbelievable, but Iran appears to have a genuine form of escalation dominance over the United States military with its trillion-dollar budget. In a very real way, it's even more impressive than Vietnam or Afghanistan. Those countries resisted a superpower. Iran appears to be competing with one. It also makes you think, what comes next? That's exactly what escalation dominance is all about. Keep raising the stakes until the other side blinks. It's about making Trump think, wait, I thought I was picking a fight with the skinny kid and it turns out he's Bruce Lee. I mean, this is this is just the Vietnam playbook again. I didn't know it was shot down. I thought it landed safely. They said that It landed, but they said that it was hit. And they said that the pilot was in stable condition. We literally shut down our cyber defenses against Russia last year. Yeah, we officially classified Russia as no longer a threat cybersecurity-wise. Iran is a war criminal country for attacking an innocent civilian military base. No other country is as messed up as that. Yeah, it's no longer in fighting condition. Yeah, like Tim Pool stable. That's what I said yesterday. Difference between landing and crashing is just speed. Hold up. My AC off. It's fucking blasting me. Vietnam was a disrespect of the terrain and knowledge of it. I mean, this is giving the exact same thing that was that happened in the Vietnam War, where U.S. troops committed atrocities that can only be that man could not dream of, that any of us could not dream of. Between just the general murdering and raping of innocent civilians and the torching of random towns, homes, villages, I cannot imagine a more pathetic world than the world that we live in right now, where the U.S. military can commit atrocities across the globe, and when a nation fights back asymmetrically, it's unconscionable. Every country... Sorry, there is no country that can defend itself. There's no country that has the right to defend itself except Israel, apparently. Oh, okay. All right. Mm-hmm. But it's cheating. But you guys are cheating. You guys set up all these traps. What the hell? We didn't know you set up a trap there. That's cheating. Are we serious? Are we serious? Oh, okay. All right. Traps are a war crime, bro. America is terrible, but you still live here, right? Yeah, and League of Legends makes people want to kill themselves and they still play it. What's your point, dumbass? Next question, idiot. All right.
Does the administration really have the ability to do that as well right now?
Well, again, it wouldn't be
literally 2004 talking point. It's just pathetic. They just like have one, they literally have one dialogue. They have one dialogue, which is, oh yeah? Well, if America's so bad, then why do you live here? Oh, I didn't consider getting citizenship somewhere else by going there and waiting? Question mark? Oh, the classic. You just don't like things that happen in a country, so you just go somewhere. So just a quick question. If America is so great, why are we making America great again? Sounds like you don't like America if you want to make America great again. You're suggesting it's not great now, which is suggesting that there are things wrong with it. Have you considered leaving America? So it's like literally two head takes.
military thing. I think it would be essentially collaborative or cooperative to a large extent. It would involve economic tools, a lot of diplomacy. I don't think it would be in conflict, if you will, or excuse me, it wouldn't be impossible to do this. Whatever we choose to do in Iran, whether we continue militarily, find a way to end things, I don't see the things essentially fighting over the same resources.
All right, let's talk about Iran. Stephen, I just read a number of the headlines. None of them are good. Donald Trump appears to be wading into a quagmire here, and we use quagmire intentionally. What are the options right now?
Well, the failure to secure the Strait of Hormuz right away at the opening of this conflict is a big mystery of this war. I think that the president believed the shock and awe, to refer to another war in the Middle East, he believed that that would lead to the crumbling of the regime very, very quickly. So there wasn't a lot in this plan, apparently, in order to do something that the regime had threatened to do over many years, which is to, if Iran was attacked and the regime threatened that the Iranians would close the strait. So now we're confronted with a situation where we're trying to crack it open militarily, and it's going to take weeks to do that kind of thing. The attack on Karg Island was a suggestion that perhaps the president wanted to hold Iran's own oil resources hostage. But of course, he's the one who has campaigned on low gas prices for Americans. He doesn't want to tank the economy that he has been touting, whether it's true or not that he's been wonderful for the American economy or not. To blockade Iran's oil would do more damage to American consumers.
How does the United States get out of this? I mean, the reporting that we've seen is that the regime is now more entrenched and potentially much more hardline than even the past Ayatollah, that his son is actually much more extreme. So if part of it was regime change or just even never allowing them to have a nuke again, how does the administration untangle themselves from this war? Or in order to reach the goal of never allowing them to have a nuke, are they going to be forced, Stephen, to send in ground troops to try to seize the enriched uranium, to try to do what it can to make sure that the ability to produce a weapon is no longer in the hands of the Iranians?
Well, Katie, there's a reason why previous presidents confronted with this problem chose not to do what President Trump has done, given the difficulties associated with regime change or whatever the other 7 objectives.
Difficulties associated with regime change, aka there is no way for regime change by bombing the current leadership. Murdering the current leadership will do the absolute opposite. It will ensure that the current regime stays as a way to fight off American imperialism.
Has laid out. I think he's given himself a fair amount of room for maneuver so that if regime change isn't in the offing, he can say that they have degraded the regime and changed its behavior. But what you're pointing to is the fact that should their regime change fail, or should the Islamic regime collapse, but some new, fiercer kind of dictatorship emerge, the logical thing for those leaders to do is to make a dash for a nuclear weapon, the ultimate source of regime security. So this is the kind of problem that the president has created for himself, where, again, if not successful here, we'll have to keep going back and going back and going back to try to contain the Iranians who would be, as I said, racing towards a nuclear weapon.
Which is a version of contain the Iranians racing towards a nuclear weapon. You know what would have worked? I don't know, the previous Iranian nuclear deal that we had.
Forever war. It's also shows, Richard, the disconnect between the American goals and the Israeli goals, because the Israelis have not deviated from the goal of regime change, and they're still saying it even today. Benjamin Netanyahu is saying it, and they're going out and they're still trying to kill as many of the regime's leaders as they can, and killing Laranjani today. Given the disconnect, what does that mean for this country? So even if Donald Trump wanted to get out tomorrow and made up a reason to say that he was successful and pulled out, could he, with the Israelis still on the move?
Katie, you're right. There's a divergence between Israeli and American war aims. It's probably all along, certainly at this point. And if we're interested ever in negotiating an agreement with some Iranian or rump Iranian government, continuing to kill people is not the way to go about it. We've already discredited negotiations by having twice launched wars against Iran in the midst of negotiations. That said, if the United States wants to end this, all it will take is a phone call from Donald Trump to Bibi Netanyahu. Think about it. Bibi Netanyahu has an election this year. His strongest calling card politically is that he has forged a close relationship with Donald Trump, better than any Israeli prime minister's ever had with any American president. I don't think he can afford to alienate Trump if Trump wants to end the war. And who is he going to appeal to in the United States? He could do an end run around Donald Trump to whom? The Democrats certainly aren't going to get closer to him. So actually, I think
The idea that Iran currently, in their strategic victories that they've had, would just give up every bit of leverage just cause is insane. Like, I don't know what type of crack you have to be smoking to listen to any type of mainstream media and be like, yeah, these guys are spitting.
Donald Trump has enormous leverage here. He leaned on Bibi Netanyahu to accept the ceasefire in Gaza that brought the final Israeli hostages home. So that's the least of our problems.
I can't take these people. I saw an Instagram video of someone taping, getting bombed, and then dying in the double tap. What the fuck is wrong with them?
I think the real question is, can we find people in Iran willing and able to negotiate?
Willing and able to negotiate. Well, here's the thing. How about we actually go to the negotiation table ever? How about the last 2 times we agreed to negotiate with them, we didn't bomb them?
To this war on terms that both sides can live with. That's an infinitely more difficult.
The other problem, which I'm sure you guys know, with this war is that the U.S. has been struggling to manufacture consent for another forever war in the Middle East. The previous wars, the war in Afghanistan and the war in Iraq, we had the benefit, I guess, of having Americans be so pro-war that generating a budget was not difficult. Currently, where Americans don't want to go and die for Epstein, they don't want to go and die for Israel, what do you think morale is going to be like? Iraq had a good year of buildup. It's also because MSM has lost credibility. Absolutely.
Bigger question than working out anything with Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah. And
also, this is as popular as the war is ever going to be, correct? Unless there's a false flag. Because in general, people's appetite, Americans' appetite for war diminishes over time. The more lives are lost, the more bodies and body bags that come home, and the more and more expensive it gets, the more the appetite diminishes. And you can look across the board, all of our excursions in the Middle East, if you want to call them that, have only diminished in popularity.
And the leverage, that Iran has is the Strait of Hormuz. So if they're not getting a deal that they like, they can continue to choke off the strait, which they have been doing. And on that note, it's been affecting the global economy, the economy here at home. Gas prices are up. Let's play Kevin Hassett talking about that fact today.
But the fact is that the U.S. economy is fundamentally sound, and that if it were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about, if that continued, what we would have to do about that. But that's like really the last.
Excuse me? Sorry, can I just hear that again? I just need to make sure that I heard that correctly.
But the fact is that the U.S. economy is fundamentally sound, and that.
Guys, the bozo wants to tell us this, the economy is sound, people. Ignore the fact that we keep losing jobs. Every jobs report has been consistently worse with every correction. It'll be like predicted annual jobs or like estimated jobs for March. 50,000 jobs. And then they have to correct it later to like 10,000 jobs. We went negative on jobs. Quality of living still going down, gas prices still going up, grocery prices still going up, but the Dow is down to 45,000.
That if it were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about, if that continued, what we would have to do about that. But that's like really the last of our concerns right now, because we're very confident that this thing is going ahead of schedule.
So they're
We're confident it's going ahead of schedule.
not thinking about consumers. The last thing they're thinking about is consumers, not the greatest choice of words. And I'm sure that Kevin Hassett's probably regretting that today. But it does reveal something about the administration's thinking regarding this war, Justin.
Yeah, look, there's the difference here between macroeconomics and microeconomics. What Happy Kevin was just doing was doing macroeconomics, what happens to the country as a whole. And it's true that we basically produce as much oil as we need. So when the oil price goes up, on average, America is neither better nor worse off.
No, that's not true. That's not. What? Oil is a global market. This is just factually correct. Even though America doesn't use Iranian oil relative to other nations, it is not relevant because the oil market and oil prices are globally dictated. We're living just in a world of pure fantasy, just pure delusion. The world is just made of pudding, oil-flavored pudding. Oh my God.
The consumer's comment, though, is the heart of the matter, which is how is it that you and I are paying more at the tank, yet the country as a whole is neither better nor worse off? And it's because this is a massive redistribution. High oil prices and therefore high gas prices are a big redistribution from customers, consumers, folks like you and I live in the Midwest, we have to drive everywhere, to those who benefit from selling oil, which is to say oil.
But it's not just consumers, it's every corporation that uses oil, which is every corporation. Like across the board.
Oil companies. So if you think that shifting hundreds of millions of dollars across to oil companies and out of the pockets of mums and dads is neutral, then you think there's nothing going on here. If you have a heart and you have a brain instead, you think this is actually going to be a big deal here.
Yeah. I want to go back to Cuba because I guess I just am surprised.
I don't know what this laugh is. Is this like the laugh of we know we're lying and we're blowing smoke up viewers' asses, or what?
Richard, that you don't think the idea that of Cuba, us getting involved in Cuba right now while we're in the middle of a conflict in Iran, and there's so much. I just am surprised that you're not a little more skeptical of our ability to do anything easily there, to negotiate easily, to have an easy transitional government, to make life better. Explain why you're so much more assured than I am.
Because I don't think what we would do in Cuba would be all that ambitious or intrusive. That's why I think the Venezuela model is better than the Iran model. It would not be confrontational. We're not going to try to remake the country.
Not be confrontational is a crazy way to describe grabbing the president of a country and kidnapping them. Not confrontational. Me when I go to your house and steal your fucking cat. No, dude. I'm not trying to start any confrontation, bro. I'm just temporarily kidnapping your cat, and then I will never give it back. But I'm not trying to confront you or anything. I'm not like, this isn't a confrontation, right? Unless you make it one. Huh? The only reason it's not the same model is because Iran can actually fight back in a big way.
It wouldn't require
my cat is the president of my house, so the analogy is accurate. Checks out.
Building. What I think we're looking at is something fairly modest. Again, we would have investment, tourism, and so forth. We'd avoid a massive flood of refugees, and we wouldn't try to remake Cuba with American boots on the ground. Again, I think it would be pretty hands off, and I think it would be seen as moving Cuba in a better direction. Katie, can I come back just for what Kevin Hassett was saying?
Yeah, of course.
Just to take issue with two things.
That's amazing. Holy. It really is just like the Three Stooges over here. I have no words
about it. One is
stop trying to poke him in the eye with your cursor. You can't make me.
Idea that you could be so sanguine about the economy. It's also food prices because of fertilizer. We've got to trade with the rest of the world. See, the idea that the American economy can be this oasis in a world that's suffering big time because oil's at $100 or $150 a barrel is not the way the American economy works. We have trading partners and the rest. Also means American businesses are going to slow down making decisions because of all the uncertainty, almost like COVID slowed down a lot of things. Second of all, if the war continues, we shouldn't assume it necessarily continues in its current form. What happens if it escalates? What happens if a desperate Iran at some point moves against the oil facilities of a Saudi Arabia or Bahrain or a Kuwait?
They already did.
Or the UAE, much more than they've done
and it's not out of desperation. It's just what they said that they would do.
So far. One of the things you learn in the Middle East is bad situations can always get worse. So I get nervous when administration officials.
The Middle East is crazy. These are the Holden blood feasts of our country.
Say we're on schedule, ahead of schedule, things are working out just fine. I wouldn't believe that for a minute.
Justin, bounce off that.
Yeah, look,
Justin, bounce on it. Justin, blow some bubbles on it. Justin, ride it. Justin, do some tricks on it right now. Bounce on it.
I love the fact Richard jumped into my economics lane. I'm
Oh, I would love to. Thank you so much.
going to go over and jump in his foreign affairs
Let
lane.
me go ahead and hit it crazy style.
And I want to try and explain, Katie, why it is you and he see the world a little differently. And I think there's really something important here. Richard's a much better foreign relations guy than I am, and he's used to moving the chess pieces around the board and all of that. And in a normal administration, the first thing I'd do is I'd call Richard Haas and ask him what he thought. What he left out of any of his comments was any mention of one word: competence. And the moment you have doubts about the competence of an administration to move the right chess piece, to move at the right time, then all of this goes apart. And so what I want to do is put his optimism about Cuba next to the reality of the trade war we just saw play out, a trade war in which it took the administration literally 11 months to realize that tariffs on bananas were not going to bring banana factories back to America, or the Iran invasion in which they forgot to get Americans out of the Middle East. They forgot to buy oil ahead of time. And as far as I can tell,
Forgot.
it's one of the most incompetent invasions we've ever seen.
Oh, we just conveniently forgot. The fuck is a banana factory? Is everybody having a good time? Is everybody having a good time? I saw PBS News did like a little piece on the Strait of Hormuz that I kind of maybe wanted to watch. Before I do that, I'm glad that we're spending billions of dollars on this war. This forever war in the Middle East again. Let's see here. Calculator says we've spent approximately, and this is lowballing it, by the way, $26 billion. Now, we could spend $26 billion to lose a war, or we could have this way worse woke libtard option to turn desert sand into fertile soil in less than a year, says China. Why would we need that when we have bombs? You guys think about that? You guys think about that? China has invented a process that can turn desert sand into fertile soil in less than a year. They use lab-grown microbes to bind the sand together and create firm ground, allowing plants to grow in areas that were uninhabitable. Fertile soil or forever war? Oh, it's so hard to pick. Quick question. I feel like we need a consensus on whether or not this is gardening, because gardening is gay. And wars are straight. So I think that would shift the... I think that'll shift the, tides a little bit. The only thing. Shift the sands, if you will. Yeah. Gardening is not? No, I'm pretty sure last I checked it is. Oh, gardening is gay, but farming isn't. Oh, okay. How many schools get blown up with the fertile soil option? 0. Which is a big L, I think. I mean, what's the point of having fertile soil if I don't even get to have one more war with Iran. Please, 5,000 more civilians. Please, one more blood sacrifice. Where's the fun in that? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So, like, I'm gardening right now. Don't tell my wife. Your secret is safe with me. Chat, tell his wife. Quick. Yeah, so I just feel like we're all downplaying the benefits of being in a forever war in the Middle East. Like, but who could forget? Not to mention, and finally, of course, so many benefits, right? Just so many benefits. It's nothing but, and then the Dow. Obviously the Dow, dude. The Dow. So, just Trump on troop deployments. I seem to have great support. CNN came out with a poll today that I'm at 100%. They've never seen a poll like that. The CNN poll said I'm at 100%.
As are Republicans when it comes to Iran. There's been reports that the United States might be sending 2,500 Marines to the Middle East. Are you concerned that a move like that could potentially change the unity?
Well, I don't know. I seem to have great support because CNN came out with a poll today that I'm at 100%, and they said they've never seen a poll like that. The CNN poll said I'm at 100%.
By the way, guys, the CNN poll said that 100% of maggots all agree with everything that he does forever until they fucking die.
And they've never seen that before, which is an honor. I was impressed that CNN would do that. But
like, I genuinely think, I keep forgetting and blanking on the name of the podcast. My boy Bob on that one podcast where he's like, yeah, if Trump killed my son when he was in a mall in California, that would be based as shit. These are people who, if you ask them, is there anything Trump could do that you would ever disagree with? They would literally say no. And they wouldn't mean it. The Necessary Conversation podcast. Thank you. Like, I'm not joking. Go, if you know any Trumpers, if you know any, like, maggots, go and talk to them and tell them, like, is there anything Trump could do that would make him lose your support? And the answer, by the way, is no. There's nothing. There is nothing he can do. I will support him to my last breath. I will die for Israel. I will die for Epstein.
as far as troops are concerned, I can't tell you what we're doing.
Mr. President, polls have shown that MAGA is essentially unified behind you as
Just hang it up, bro. Just hang it up. That's like saying a poll of 100% of flat earthers believe the earth is flat. You know, I'm seeing a lot of polls of a lot of people agreeing with me. 100% it was on CNN. 100%. They all think the earth is flat. 100%. My name is John Flat Earther and everyone agrees with me. Incredible. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. What is this? Someone linked this earlier. This is so convolutedly dumb that he's almost cooking. The Ayatollah, good news. He got to meet his 72 virgins. The bad news is that they're all Nick Fuentes.
In his first term, President Trump took out General Soleimani. He took out al-Baghdadi. He utterly decimated ISIS. In his second term, he bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. He took out Maduro, and he is now taking out, among others, the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah, good news. The Ayatollah, good news. He got to meet his 72 virgins. The bad news is all of them are Nick Fuentes.
The unbelievably quiet audience. Is that an audience of two people? Please clap.
By the way, laughing at the bastards who hate us is one of the best weapons we have.
Dude, I can't. You could not make a less charismatic person than Cancun Cruz. Oh my God. Oh, it's so cringe, dude. Stop. Ted Cruz said something relevant. Has hell frozen over? Cruz is into Catboys confirmed. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. While other fat politicians have gone as Ozempic, Cruz is bravely getting fatter. Kind of a thought leader, not gonna lie. Kind of stepping up to the plate. Sorry, don't mean to. Sorry. All right. I want to see this.
The war on Iran and the way it's being covered, starting with the U.S.
Did Iran hit Diego Garcia, or did they launch at it? They hit it.
Where the White House says the journalism is insufficiently patriotic.
There's basically no news networks reporting on it because it's such a colossal fucking L for the United States.
There is talk of treason in the air. Censorship is taking place across the board, ranging from self-censorship to the kind imposed by some of the states involved. And we focus on Lebanon.
Around 20% of Lebanon is displaced as we speak.
Which Israel is threatening to turn into the next Gaza, and where its soldiers are running amok once again. This week brought significant developments in the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran, from the ongoing efforts to decapitate the leadership in Tehran, to the continued blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, and now major strikes on energy infrastructure across the region, bringing the conflict into a much more perilous phase. Our focus, as always here at The Listening Post, is on the journalism, what it's up against, the way the war is being covered. For reporters in the U.S., Israel, and Iran, the challenges differ, but they face the same reality. This war is escalating and has become a story in which propaganda, the projection of strength, can matter as much as military might does, which means that news organizations are under pressure from multiple sides, from vested interests shaping the narrative, to leaders who, for whatever reason, want to keep on fighting. The stakes are growing by the day, and the trajectory that this story takes could be affected by the decisions being made not just in war rooms, but in newsrooms.
The Fargo War,
or the media war, the information
he died. Stop.
War is very important for all sides to try to shape the narrative, especially in the United States, with increased pressure by the administration to shut down certain conversations critical of the war.
Their leaders are gone, and we could do a lot worse.
America.
Get rid of all the terrorists. That's all that matters to me. It's just Americans are just 12 years old. They're just literally 12.
Americans know all about their corporate media outlets, self-censoring at times. But journalists there are unaccustomed to censorship imposed from above by the government. It is nothing new to Iranians where such restrictions are a fact of life. And whenever Israel finds itself at war, usually by starting one, journalists have to deal with military censors, telling them what they can or cannot report. But Americans have never had someone like Brendan Carr, who heads the U.S. broadcast regulator, threaten to pull the licenses of news outlets over their critical coverage of the war. At no time have they had a secretary of war, let alone one who rants the way Pete Hegseth has, instructing journalists on the kind of spin America's latest war effort requires.
For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate?
President Donald Trump
He'd literally get nuked in the next hour, and MAGA would be like, he did more than any other president. This is fine.
Went further than that, saying some journalists should be charged with treason, a crime that in the U.S. is punishable by death.
The United States has very strong and broad protections for what you can actually publish if you're a member of the media, much more so than other Western countries. So they're going to find it hard to make good on this threat. But at the same time, just the fact that they're able to make this threat can have the intimidatory effect that they're looking for and lead media outlets to self-censor.
The U.S. government expects to be served by a mobilized media to advance the interests of the state rather than any considerations for professional journalistic standards. Although the Gaza genocide, much of the corporate media in the United States willingly forfeited its professional.
I'm sorry, but who's doing the treason? Fuck right off. Oh, all of the woke libtards, duh. Treason, what about the Epstein list? Oh, you must have missed the patch notes. Being a pedophile apparently is totally legal and fine in the United States so long as you serve in the government.
Responsibilities.
All wars empower authoritarian tendencies, strengthen authoritarian moves. The war is also shutting down a free flow of information in Israel, ramping up the repression tactics in Iran. But for America, whose exceptionality lies in the free speech and the First Amendment, this represents more of a threat because U.S. society could move to look more like our adversaries than ourselves.
Or like their ally in this war, Israel. Military censorship there goes back decades. Journalists have had to deal with it during the genocide in Gaza, the ongoing attacks on Lebanon, but the conflict over Iran has deepened those restrictions. They now go beyond the clampdown on live coverage. The images Israelis are able to see of projectiles incoming from Iran.
The Israeli government does not allow us or want us to show where that may have come up.
They affect what Israelis are able to know about their military stockpiles. The very real concern that they have been depleted. And
Americans, when their country commits a war crime, what are we, a bunch of Muslims? Which congressman was using Palestinian as a slur? Oh, I'm like blanking on the name right now. There was a congressman that literally said, "What are like, stop being a Palestinian" or something like that. Was it? No way, it was Trump. Was it actually Trump or was it Tom Cotton? Okay, Randy Fine has said way worse, so like, who cares? Trump did that. I want off the ride. Get me off the ride. Get me off.
that Israeli lives are now at risk because of that. The Netanyahu government does not want those vulnerabilities out there.
We're watching from above.
And the reporting is censored accordingly.
The Israeli military and the media shape everything that Israelis understand about the war. Certain live broadcasts have been shut down, and the police have actually been out searching for certain journalists. So there's a lot more of a crackdown. And Israeli journalists who don't comply can suffer from, serious penalization, arrest, equipment being taken away. But the truth is that Israeli journalists, most of them, comply anyway, basically echoing the military narrative. They don't really question it.
We have numerous military analysts who have been stating for months that depletion is a real risk. But if you look at the Israeli media, this is being presented as not factual information. I put my trust on military analysts who have repeatedly concluded that interceptors are in increasingly short supply and that replenishing them is going to be a very difficult task.
And a big part of it is, information warfare, psychological warfare, propaganda. There were reports in the last few days that Netanyahu was assassinated, and it was all over the internet, even though there was not even a target of that kind as far as I know. But a lot of people started to believe that. And so the downside from the Israeli perspective of putting so much crackdown is that people start believing all types of things because there's no truth coming out.
Iran is out to plug leaks as well. Its police chief announced that 500 citizens have been arrested this past week for sharing information to, quote, hostile entities, which likely includes foreign news outlets. Tehran has allowed some of those news teams into the Islamic Republic, CNN and Sky News, but has walled off others like Iran International, which has far more viewers in Iran than Western outlets do. The Persian-language channel that operates in exile out of London often provides a platform for Reza Pahlavi, the son of the former Shah, who wants his family to return to power. The channel has also been known to cozy up to the Israelis.
I believe in you. I respect you. I admire you. I know that Iran can be great again.
Iran is a deeply polarized society. You have liberal Iranians, some of whom were actually in favor of foreign
The
strike.
craziest thing, too, is there's a reason that Netanyahu's saying all that shit in English, and that's because he knows that Iranians do not like... Israelis don't even like Netanyahu. The idea that Iranians would listen to Netanyahu and be like, oh, our savior. No! In what universe? He's saying it in English to propagandize Americans. I can't believe they're keeping Israeli-sponsored spies out of the country. Stop. Iran kept out of the literal CIA. Stop. Oh, sorry, Mike.
And then you have deeply committed Iranians supporting the government's war efforts. You have outside influence operations, the Mossad and media networks such as Iran International. And so Iran has tried to clamp down on that by criminalizing any kind of citizen statement to these foreign channels to try to shut down the leaks.
Iran has arrested several hundred people now and claims that they were leaking to the enemy. In wartime, espionage is regularly lobbed against not actual spies, but against journalists in an attempt to clamp down on inconvenient information getting out. You know, they say, you're a foreign agent, we're going to put you in prison.
For all the lack of press freedom that the Iranian media has to endure, and the restrictions that foreign media in Iran are compelled to accept,
we came overland, among the only international journalists currently allowed in.
Iran has provided foreign media more access in Iran during wartime than Israel ever allowed in the Gaza Strip. For more than 2 years now, Israel has systematically prevented the entry of a single foreign correspondent into the Gaza Strip, unless basically going as an adjunct of the Israeli military.
U.S. polls indicate that fewer than 30% of Americans approve of this war. At the outset of the Iraq War, the opposite was true. More than 70% supported it. Getting a country onto a war footing requires groundwork, militarily and psychologically. And John Bolton, who was the national security advisor during Donald Trump's first term, understands that. A notorious war hawk, Bolton also worked under George W. Bush. Last week, he told National Public Radio that one of the White House's failings on Iran was not, quote, preparing the American people ahead of the attack, the way he and the Bush administration did in 2003, when the U.S. media also played a major role, helping to push the bogus claims of Iraqi WMDs. Donald Trump is not seeing the same complicity in the coverage this time around. For the president and his administration, that's unpatriotic. Hence, the threats against journalists, the loose talk of treason.
What does any desperate leader who has launched a war that's gone them into hot water do? They resort to threats to try to silence the people who are reporting about this, rather than stop the root of the problem, which is the decision to go to war. And we should be very glad that reporters are not listening to the demands for a patriotic press. The highest level of patriotism really is the willingness to scrutinize an irresponsible and reckless government that is steering the...
Excuse you, how is that patriotic? Are you kidding me? If you criticize America ever, it means you literally are you are the most un-American person that has ever existed, and you need to leave America immediately. Freedom of speech? No, that doesn't exist. That's fake news. But actually what the average American conservative thinks nowadays. Literally, the average American conservative at this point thinks that you should just listen to what the dictator says and never disagree ever. or you are un-American and you are a terrible human being and you should just leave this country. It's insane. Like, I don't have any words. I genuinely would love, when the American empire finally falls and declines completely, entirely, it'll be really fun to watch conservatives cope about how that didn't lead to the decline of America.
Country into disaster. That's what true patriotism is, I think.
A major part of this is propaganda. The media forming and controlling narratives, but it also means that programs such as yours are more important than ever, because ultimately the narrative that prevails ensures which side lasts longer in this conflict.
Israel is continuing its targeting of Iranian political leaders, killing 3 more senior figures there. Much of the coverage in Israel and across international media has ranged from the triumphalist to the awestruck, largely sidestepping the legal matter of how these assassinations violate international law. Meenakshi Ravi is here with more.
Extrajudicial killings have long been a central tactic of the Israeli state. This past week, Israel announced it had killed 3 senior figures,
Thank you so much for the 5 gifties.
including the Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani. The news zipped across Israeli outlets.
Also, it can last another 200 years. There have been many corrupt empires which last ages. Oh, for sure. When I talk about the collapse, when I discuss collapse, I mean the world reserve currency moving away from the dollar. I mean, every nation turning to China's loving arms away from America's authoritarian rule. That's what I mean when I talk about, I'm talking about America losing its grip on the rest of the world. Not that America would like explode or something, that it would, follow in the footsteps of the Roman Empire or something, but rather that it would slowly, quietly become more and more decrepit. And more pathetic as China takes in all of the glory. Because China exists, it allows for the U.S. to lose all of its power. It already has lost unbelievable amounts of soft power. It has like none anymore.
הישראלי ושל כוחות הביטחון מגיעה לכולם.
מערכת המודיעין שלנו היא טובה מאוד, אנחנו ראינו את זה
Our
הבוקר.
intelligence system is very good. We saw that this morning with targeted killings.
למשל, אבל אף פעם לא צפינו קריסה של משטר.
Beyond Israel, much of the media coverage focused on the sophistication of the operation, the intelligence gathering, the covert planning, the execution. What was largely missing was any serious discussion of legality. No state is authorized to kill a civilian from another country, even one in political office, even one accused of ordering violence. In the media's reporting on Larijani, the focus has been on his record, including his role in ordering the mass killing of Iranian protesters in January this year.
He was eliminated. Why this is important? Because this is the person who is in charge of the bloody crackdown.
Si ritiene che sia stato lui a dirigere la feroce repressione delle proteste.
Coverage like this is part of a wider pattern. When the Israelis kill their political enemies, 2 things are foregrounded: the sophistication of Israeli intelligence, particularly Mossad, and the crimes of those targeted. Social media posts like this one make the rounds. Benjamin Netanyahu, alongside US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, taking pleasure in crossing names off a list of targets.
So it's a punch card. Today I raised 2 names on the punch cards, and you see how many
Which
more.
every day that goes by, I feel confident that the entire purpose of all of these AI videos was just to flood the zone with as much garbage as possible, so that Iranian intelligence maybe could be a little bit more scattered and they wouldn't know where where Netanyahu was hiding out.
To go on this batch.
Killing as a numbers game, where targets are counted, names are erased, and the question of legality disappears.
Thanks, Mina. There are millions of other people directly suffering the effects of this war without attracting much media coverage. The people of Lebanon. Israeli forces have begun ground operations there, and many fear that their goal is to occupy once again the southern part of the country. 1 out of 5 Lebanese citizens has already been forced from their homes. The UN says Israel has wounded or killed the equivalent of 1 classroom of school children per day. having destroyed entire residential buildings in the middle of Beirut and bombed civilian infrastructure to isolate the south. Israel has also showered Lebanon with propaganda leaflets, boasting openly that it will turn the country into the new Gaza. One news outlet covering these developments is the Beirut-based Megaphone. Its co-founder and managing director, Jean Kassir, joins me now. The Israelis have forcibly displaced hundreds of thousands of people across a broad patch of South Lebanon. Talk to us about what's happening down there and how effectively are journalists able to report from that area?
Yeah, thanks for having me. To start, to give some fact and figures, around 20% of Lebanon is displaced as we speak. So it's 1 million people out of a 6 million people country. It's extremely difficult to report from the south. Israel is clearly trying to isolate the south. This comes after marking entire areas that amount to 15% of Lebanon in red on the map, which basically means an evacuation order for everybody within those areas, including a big city like Tyre and entire villages. So the intention is very clear. Nobody should get close to the south. It's extremely difficult to have an actual verification process and getting images that are directed from there. The only journalists who are still daring to go there, most of them are foreign journalists, and most of them have to do it within a security framework. So either within the army or within also some tours organized by Hezbollah or within special missions that are basically supported or protected by security personnel.
The Israelis are also bombarding the Lebanese with propaganda, with psychological warfare. Walk us through some of the things that they're doing on that score. How reminiscent is this of what we've seen in Gaza? Talk to us about some of the similarities, maybe the differences.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start by saying the differences, like Gaza is a genocide, and it's very important out of respect for what the Palestinian people endured, not to make false comparisons. But the similarities, unfortunately, do exist. It starts with the mass evacuation, basically overnight asking the entire southern suburb of Beirut, which amounts maybe to half of Manhattan, to evacuate. It created a panic among people who flocked to the streets and ended up sleeping in their cars that night. The same happened with the evacuation order I mentioned in the entire southern Litani area. This also is coupled with fake calls asking for...
I don't understand how Americans are so foolish that they just believe in all of the propaganda that they see online. Like, I don't understand how you can read about the bread massacre or the flour massacre in Gaza and then be like, no, for sure, if the Lebanese people die, it's because they weren't listening to Israeli instructions and orders. It's like, dog, we've already seen the playbook in Gaza. They drop these leaflets. They tell people, here's the safe passage. They bomb them before they can get on the safe passage. They bomb them on the safe passage, and they bomb them once they get to the destination that was provided to them by the safe passage. Like, is it not just like the modern Trail of Tears? I don't understand how anyone is falling for that. Like, I fundamentally do not understand how anyone can fall for this. It's easier. It's just convenient that the media you consume concludes you never had to protest your government. You never need to act.
Evacuation of specific building, which contributed psychological warfare. Add to it the constant buzzing of the drones above our heads, which creates a lot of ambient anxiety in the city, and this preceded the current escalation post-March 2. And finally, what we've witnessed a couple of days ago, which is the leaflets that were dropped from the sky, from the warplanes. And those leaflets ask basically the Lebanese to scan a QR code and to join information WhatsApp groups that the Israeli army manages. We should also add to it the discourse of Israeli ministers such as Smotrich, who clearly threatened to turn the southern suburb of Beirut, Dahieh, into a new Khan Yunis, which adds to a lot of rhetoric of erasure and annihilation that has been coming out of a lot of Israeli officials when talking about Lebanon. And finally, we have the media phenomenon, which is Arikhai Adrai, the former Arabic-speaking spokesperson of the Israeli army, which constantly not only threatens the Lebanese through those evacuation orders.
Fucking disgusting, dude.
but also engages with critics that are coming out of social media, which creates further fear. Imagine a person working for the Israeli army responding to a meme or responding to a joke that a comedian, for example, or a social media commentator would say about you.
All right, what is this hog? Islam doesn't believe that Christ was crucified, a historical fact agreed upon by secular scholars. Last I checked, scholars aren't even sure that Christ was a real person, brother. Least surprising chat logs ever. Please do, and blow up their crop fields too, their desalination plants. You can't make this shit up. You literally, you can't make this shit up. Me when I cheerlead murdering hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Oh, this chatter was talking about supply side Jesus. Oh, duh. Might makes right. You should demonstrate on that chatter. Oh my God, dude. It's just sad. It's just sad. It's just sad.
On the one hand, it tries to create some familiarity with the Lebanese audience, but on the other hand, I personally feel that it's extremely threatening. It means that they're observing. It means that they're very much aware of all the conversation going on in Lebanon's social media landscape. And finally, they try a lot to weaponize the legitimate criticism that exists in Lebanon against Hezbollah for their own propaganda.
He was talking about white Jesus and we thought he was talking about brown Jesus. I sure feel foolish for the misunderstanding. Oh, Christ. Chatters like that are meant to be kept as pets. Gotta have fun.
For their own discourse that they're here to liberate, while we all know that Lebanon has always been under threat from Israel way before the existence of Hezbollah.
Well, let's dig into that angle right now, the way Hezbollah is perceived in Lebanon. There was a government directive this past week issued to state-run news outlets not to call the organization a, quote, resistance group. So how is Hezbollah perceived by the Lebanese people, by the government there, by the media, and beyond?
I mean, it's very important to mention the broader framework under which we are operating as journalists. We're covering an Israeli war, an Israeli aggression against a deeply divided country. And this division is not necessarily related to our stance toward Israel. I think most Lebanese do not see in Israel any potential ally. The overwhelming majority sees Israel as an aggressor.
In what universe would Lebanese people ever see Israel as an ally?
But the dispute is around Hezbollah's role. Hezbollah is multifaceted. Hezbollah used to be a very legitimate resistance movement up until the year 2000, until it decided to become more hegemonic at the Lebanese level. And a lot of people who opposed Hezbollah's hegemony in Lebanon paid a very heavy price, including being killed. Another point of disagreement is Hezbollah's deep connection with the Iranian regime. And this is something...
Again, two things. One, some did during the Civil War. I'm talking about modern day today. Lebanese people today in Lebanon ever siding with Netanyahu or Israel as they actively get bombed, as they actively get destroyed, murdered, have their homes destroyed, have their schools destroyed. There's no universe where that would happen. The only Lebanese man that believes that is AB. Shut up. That is true. He would he would die for Israel. He would die for Israel. He would. Oh, Christ. I'm talking about Lebanese people in Lebanon today. There's no universe where those people would be like, oh, Israel is here to liberate us from our lives. They say the next bombs are going to be sent by female IDF members. Really makes you feel like you're a part of history. Like, hello?
That created a lot of backlash when the rockets were fired on March 2nd, because it was seen as a direct support for the regime at a time where Hezbollah remained quite passive over a year when we had more than 10,000 Israeli violation of the ceasefire. We didn't see any rocket being fired. So there is a lot of attention around Hezbollah's role and Hezbollah's motives when it comes to its regional affiliation and also its local hegemony project.
Given all of that, Jean, the context, the politics, how freely are Lebanese journalists able to report on Hezbollah? Are there restrictions? Are there red lines, formal, informal? Is there censorship or self-censorship at play?
I mean, we're in a country that's deeply divided, so this kind of allows for a margin of criticism against the other party. This doesn't mean that Hezbollah has ever been a big fan of freedom of expression. I mean, a lot of journalists paid a very heavy price for their critical stances, the latest being Luqman Slim. But today, as we speak, the main threat on journalists is coming from Israel, because in the 2024 war, we had several of our colleagues that were assassinated.
Sorry, dude. AB's dog is going to join the IDF. I mean, it's already great at attacking Arabs, so I think it would fit right in.
Starting with Issam Abdullah, the photojournalist. I'm not saying this to deflect the attention that Hezbollah has a clear authoritarian and hegemonic tendencies, but as we speak today, the main threat is coming from Israel.
The work that you do at Megaphone focuses on documenting everyday life under attack. Give us an idea of a recent story that has stood out for you, and how do these kinds of stories challenge the narrative that's out there on Lebanon of a fragmented or collapsing country?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't pick one, but I would pick maybe a theme that we're covering, which is the amazing grassroots solidarity efforts. Lebanon is kind of forgotten in this regional conflict. There's not a lot of money that's coming in, like it was the case in the 2024 war. It's still a country that is suffering from a very acute economic collapse. So people have been impoverished for the last 6 years. But still, despite the polarization that exists, despite the sectarian tensions that exist, we still find like remarkable solidarity efforts that are happening at the grassroots level, from community kitchens to initiatives that are providing shelter for migrant domestic workers or for queer people or for people who are not a part of the map of aid, to personal initiatives from restaurants or from shops that are providing washing machines for people who have left their homes, all sorts of grassroots initiatives. This is something that is showing a picture of the country, a country that is still possible. This is what I would call it. At times, the level of division in Lebanon makes you feel that this is an impossible equation. But when you see the solidarity happening organically, despite all forms of political divisions that exist, this is the kind of narrative that Megaphone is showing. We're not denying the divisions, but we're showing another facet of Lebanese society, one that is determined.
What is... I'm trying to control my frustration. Maybe they had to meet their quota of like random talking points to attempt to pretend like they're non-biased or something like that.
To be resistant to any form of aggression and to also provide aid and consider that any Lebanese displaced is a person that concerns us all.
Jean Cassier, Managing Director of Megaphone, thanks for speaking with us here at the Listening Post today.
Thank you.
And finally, another disturbing similarity between what is taking place in Lebanon and what Israeli soldiers showed of themselves in Gaza on social media. Once again, they are documenting through their phone cameras their appetite for looting homes, stealing personal property, playing with what they find there, including women's lingerie, all to further humiliate the Lebanese people they have already displaced.
It's really just like the same playbook over and over and over again. This is self-defense looting. This is self-defense stealing of women's lingerie. This is self-defense destruction of property.
Or killed.
A second Elbit system has been hit. Hold up, I'll look at that in a sec. Mujda left us a small souvenir.
Their behavior relies on impunity.
And it's video footage of like a woman's lingerie. That's amazing.
Allowing these soldiers to share these videos with no regard to the potential consequences, because in Gaza, there were none. The videos also serve as a reminder that in many cases, these are not full-time soldiers. There are thousands of reservists involved. They come from every corner of Israeli society, people who will soon return to civilian life, their day jobs.
Did I go look at it? Make sure my cat didn't explode.
Like this character. A doctor whose job it is to preserve Israeli lives when he is not taking and dehumanizing the lives of the other and then bragging about it on social media.
I don't think anything exploded. Was it in the video? It sounded like it was in real life. I don't know what that is. All right, whatever. It is insane that like the worst propaganda for Israel is IDF members just recording themselves. I can't believe Mr. Bonercelli actually said, go out there, commit any crimes you want. Just stop recording yourself. What a fantastic moron. What a fantastic moron. Sent in to me for publishing at 8 p.m. local time on March 20th. The Elbit Systems Switzerland office, Bern, Switzerland, has been vandalized. Elbit needs to close. Do you guys remember when fucking liberals and conservatives were losing their shit that weapons manufacturers for Israel in Europe were having were being destroyed and being vandalized? And they were like, this is not okay. You can't do this. Stop. This shit looks like it's made out of fucking paper mache. What the hell? Did you cover the one in Czech Republic? No, not yet. Have you seen the documentary on it? It's highly recommended. On YouTube, it's on YouTube. Highly recommend it. Can you please send it? That's amazing. It literally looks like the glass is made out of fucking paper mache. How could they do this? How could they? Bruh. A glass door for a weapons company seems silly. It's kind of giving something firebomb a Walmart. Sorry, for anyone who doesn't know. Or I can just pull up the... This is the Switzerland office for the Elbit Systems. For anyone who doesn't know, Elbit Systems is an Israel-based international military technology company and defense contractor. Founded in 1966 by Elron, Elbit Systems is a primary provider of Israelis' military land-based equipment and unmanned aerial vehicles. It is an important company within the defense industry of Israel. So anytime you see anyone destroying the property of some Elbit Systems office in some state, country, city, whatever, that's I'm going to say it. It's a based alert. Here's the documentary on Palestinian action and their actions against Elbit in the UK. Yeah, I remember this. I remember when this was happening and there were so many fucking liberals pearl clutching, being like, no, when we said protest, we didn't mean to do anything that might actually stop them from being able to murder kids. He meant just go online and say that this is so awful and terrible. They made some of these facilities like unusable, I remember. Like there was a significant period of time of like repairing the facilities. I'm trying to remember. They had like sprayed some of it down or something. I don't recall the exact details at the time. Maybe we can watch this at sometime later in the week. Save this. The one in Czech Republic up in flames. Uh-oh. Fire destroys Czech facility tied to Elbit drone partnership as new direct action group claims responsibility. A group calling itself the Earthquake Faction has set fire to a facility in the Czech Republic where Czech firm LPP Holding and Israeli weapons maker Elbit Systems were working to build a center of excellence. Well, not so excellent anymore, for drones and unmanned systems. You guys remember when Asmongold said that the Czech Republic is sending a navy to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz? In a statement, the group describing itself as Internationalist Underground Network said it targeted the facility because it develops weapons used to massacre people daily in Palestine, Lebanon, Iran, and across West Asia. And like the reality is everyone globally should be concerned about this. I remember seeing people, I mean, the right-wingers are really weird about Greta Thunberg, and they're really weird about her having moved from an exclusively environmentalist policy towards a anti-war policy because they don't understand that the two are the same. Like, you cannot be an environmentalist without being anti-war. The oil rain in Iran from the destruction of the oil facilities is going to have lasting impacts for the health and for the environment and for the like livability of the Iranian people, not to mention with how winds work. All of that was going over Asia. All of that oil rain just casually going over the continent of Asia. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's definitely not going to have any negative health consequences for anyone that lives in any of these regions. The idea that that it's performative to be anti-war as an environmentalist is a fucking joke. Trump just tweeted Robert Mueller is dead. Are you serious? Bombs and small arms fire are also incredibly toxic. I mean, yeah. Sorry. I thought that part was a little bit obvious, but yes, also true. The site was reportedly empty. No one was harmed. Photos show a large industrial building engulfed in flames, with Czech authorities investigating the incident as suspected arson. The group signaled further action, saying it aims to destroy all limbs of the empire from within by any means effective, targeting infrastructure linked to it. They spray red paint all over the machinery so it can't work. They even have a video on their YouTube showing you how to turn a fire extinguisher into a paint sprayer. I have to share, I live here and this happened last night, and the amount of libs and rightoids freaking out over this is incredible. Oh, man. What more action do you want from activists, by the way? No innocent people were harmed, and the destruction of facilities created purposefully for the harm of human life are going up in flames. Like, what more? Palestinian Action members have been in prison for a year without trial for the same thing in the UK. This may negatively impact my brunch. What the Dow? Czech authorities, excuse me, haven't found the individuals that caused the arson or caused the fire. So let's see if they can. Let's hope, ladies and gentlemen, let's hope that they catch them in the next 48 hours. Okay? Let me pull this. I hope when you can cope. Remember, guys, condemn. Condemn, 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 condemn. Condemn. It is really funny that like liberals and rightoids will get really mad at the idea of destroying a facility literally created for the purpose of killing human beings. But then they'll cheer on this shit. Sorry, I saw something. They'll cheer on this fucking garbage.
And you've got to keep in mind, too, that they're bombing these people in their houses, too. So it's probably killing their family as well. So that means that it's not only are they killing the guy, but they're also killing the whole family of the guy, too. And, like, there might be other people that get killed in the process, but, like, that's probably it. So the amount of people that want to sign not only themselves up, but their whole family to get basically deleted by Israel, I think this is going to be a declining number of people, right? It is. And so that's where I think they keep coming because IQ's low. No, there's a lot of Iranian guys. They're ending the bloodlines. It's necessary. Well, of course, it's the right thing to do. But I'm just saying that's the reason why I think it's so aggressive. And you've got to keep
ending their bloodlines is the right thing to do. I don't get how this guy gives Hitlerian speeches daily on a platform where people lost their minds over women showing cleavage. These people want you to be mad that other people are destroying facilities literally created for murdering innocent civilians, and then will cheer on the death of innocent civilians. And will cheer on ending bloodlines. Can you imagine, by the way, if you said anything close to this about Israel or Israelis? Can you imagine? We can pick a better analogy. Can you imagine if Tim Pool was on Twitch, he was still receiving money from Gregorian or whoever the fuck was paying him all that Russian money, and he said, we need to end all of the Ukrainian bloodlines? Can you imagine how quickly Twitch would ban you if you were literally talking about any other group? But if you want to talk about Arab people, you want to talk about Iranians, go for it. Talk about ending all of their bloodlines, and you will never get banned. It's okay. This is what people mean when they say that Islamophobia is like one of the most, if not the most, widely acceptable form of bigotry. You can make heinous comments that you literally cannot make about any other group ever, and Twitch doesn't even care. Twitch literally doesn't even care. Twitch will probably put you on the carousel so that everyone can see what you're saying. Like, I just, incredible. But, don't make any jokes about hummus. But do not make any jokes about hummus. Ever. Okay? Don't be fucking crazy. Because Muslims aren't a protected class, but insulting hummus will get you 30 days. Actually, like, pathetic. You know that he just milked the ban for right-wing grift, though? Yeah, but censorship works. Conservatives actually hate the fact that censorship works, which is why they've convinced people for so long that censorship doesn't work. What happened to Milo Yiannopoulos? He literally fell off the face of the earth. I'm sorry, deplatforming literally works. If you're going to say Hitler shit, you're going to talk about ending people's bloodlines, and it's just because it's this particular group that it's okay. Milo fell off because he's trash, cope, seethed, mauled, bald. He fell off because he literally got deplatformed off of everything. Milo had forgotten all about him. Yeah. He's back, unfortunately, not in a way that matters or that's relevant. This is why Elon Musk spent billions of dollars to buy Twitter and platform all of the Nazis, correct? It's just a cycle anyway, so you can rage bait his audience. Well, not rage bait his audience. He's rage baiting other people or attempting to rage bait other people. Before it eventually backfires on him anyways, yeah. Well, I think eventually, I don't even know what level of extreme, genuinely, Twitch needs to hear this guy speak at to permanently ban him. I don't know. I don't know how many more crazy things he needs to say, but eventually it'll happen. And he will go crawl away to Rumble, and then he will fall off. It's just the way that it will. Seems like he wants it. No, he just doesn't. This is just the curse of being a conservative political pundit. The curse is that you only deal in fear and fear mongering, and that's the only product you have to sell. So, unfortunately, because human beings are very adaptable, you get bored of hearing the same fear-mongering talking points. And you need to go further and further and further and further and further to keep reigniting that spark of fear in people's hearts. Or in people's amygdalas, more specifically. By the way, fun fact, amygdalas tend to be larger in conservatives than in liberals. What a crazy idea! They are more prone to fear-based propaganda. But eventually there's levels of extreme that you can't, there's nowhere to go from that point. You either keep going until you get banned and deplatformed, or you stop and then you start falling off because people get bored. Emotional manipulation, susceptibility, literally. Let me pull this up, though. I wanted to show you guys this. This was fucking crazy. Macron comes out in support of Iran. Remember when Trump was saying Macron would be on his side? Well, it's not Macron. It says it's Crowder, you lied to me. France's most popular politician, Macron's potential successor, Jean-Luc Mélenchon? Real? Leader of the LFI party announced support for Iran. Iran is exercising its legitimate right to defend its sovereignty, its people, its resources after being subjected to blatant aggression. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Que durera le génocide.
But I gotta show you this. I gotta show you guys all of this. Hold up. I want to watch the whole thing, but before we watch the whole thing, I just want to show you guys the highlight reel first. Tucker Carlson, I don't want Israel to be destroyed. I don't want any country to be destroyed at all. This is a must-watch, not just as it's the first time I've seen a major figure on establishment media outlet question a journalist's right to exist, pro-Israel propaganda phrase, but also because the interviewer is the Economist editor who thinks anti-Zionism is defined by Iran.
Critical states. You are critical of the government of Israel. Do you believe in Israel's right to exist? Would you consider yourself a Zionist in that narrow definition?
What does that mean, a right to exist?
The existence of the political state of Israel as
but
it
has
existed,
a right. What does that mean?
That you think it should continue in its existence as a state right now. So you do not agree with Iran for example?
Well, let me just ask, since you asked me the question, it's fair for me to get you to define the term so I can answer it. You've asked two questions. The first was, do you believe Israel has a right to exist? And the second question was, do you believe Israel should continue to go on as a nation state? And those are very different questions. So I often hear the phrase...
Having been created as a political entity in 1948,
does it have a right to exist? Is that what you're asking?
I don't want to get hung up on the right.
No.
Should it...
Well, I don't want to get hung up on the details, okay?
Should it continue to exist? That's how I define narrowly Zionism.
Because the phrase you used was devised by the Israeli government. Of course, does it have a right to exist? And so my question to you would be, what does that mean?
Why don't you answer my question? It's a very simple question.
I don't know what your question is. Are you asking, does it have a right to exist, or do I want it to exist? Do I seek its destruction?
Fine, answer it that way.
Well, of course I don't seek its destruction.
Okay,
I've already said, as you know, because I said it to you, I don't want Israel to be destroyed or have to use nuclear weapons.
We've established that you are in that narrow terms a Zionist. If that's how
I'm
we're
in
going to
no
define
sense
it.
a Zionist. I don't want any country to be destroyed at all, and I don't want people to die, particularly ones who committed no crime, because I don't believe in killing innocents, period. That's the basis of...
She literally refuses to say and concede and bite the bullet that saying that Israel has a right to exist, the rest of that line is Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish ethno-state. But unfortunately, no nation has a right to exist as an ethno-state, especially one that genocides other people. Because no state has a right to exist.
Western civilization. Eastern civilization is a whole different view. They believe in collective punishment. I don't.
So you're in no sense a Zionist?
I don't even know what that means. Why don't you define the term, and then I'll tell you whether I am.
I've just defined it.
What's a Zionist?
That a Zionist, in my narrow term, this definition is that the state of Israel, the political state of Israel, has the right to continue existing.
The right? Where does that right come from? What do you mean? These are I'm not being a lawyer about it. I just want to know what you're asking me.
Answer the question.
This is literally the first time anyone has ever pushed anyone on this question. Ever. This is pathetic. This is the Economist's editor-in-chief, by the way.
I don't know what you're asking me.
Let's go to the
Wait, no. I think a lot. You don't want to define your question, and I don't know why. I don't know what you're asking me. I've already said I don't want Israel to be destroyed.
The demon laugh, the Joker laugh is so terrifying.
I don't want anyone to be killed. And you've said, does Israel have a right to exist? Does it have my question is, what right are you talking about? Does Britain have a right to exist? Does the United States have a right to exist?
There was a world order built up after 1945 which suggested that aggression should not be condoned into countries, that countries with borders have the right to continue.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
Which is why the first thing that Israel did within 2 weeks of this war starting, which is supposedly existential for them, was take southern Lebanon, take someone else's country, as they have done repeatedly. And no one even mentions that. And so I guess I would be opposed to that, because I think Lebanon has a right to exist. I thought Gaza had a right to exist. But I noticed that as soon as we start apportioning rights, only one country gets them.
No, I did not say that. You're absolutely...
Hey, stop putting words in my mouth that I was thinking. I was thinking those words, but you can't say them. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God.
Putting words into my mouth.
Because I believe, here's what I do believe, since you asked. I believe in universally applicable standards. And if they're not universally applicable, they're not standards, they're preferences. That's why I believe in human rights, not ethnic rights. I don't think Jews have more rights or less rights than anyone else. I don't think Christians have more rights or less rights, blacks, Filipinos. I believe in human rights that derive from the creation of people by God.
Okay, well, that's cab. That's cab. Yeah, all right, chill. But I did want to watch the whole thing. You guys have to understand, my position is very simple. It's the same position that I have about Nick Fuentes. It's the same position that I have about Candace Owens. It's the same position that I've had about every right-winger that engages in right-on-right violence, all right? You don't have to, at any point, hand it to them. But you can grab a bucket of popcorn and enjoy the show. You kidding me? You kidding me? I'm sorry. It is absolutely a win-win situation for me to watch Candace Owens beat the living shit out of Charlie Kirk's wife. Are you kidding me? I don't have to like Candace Owens or ever hand it to her to take my bucket of popcorn and be like, keep going. Yes. Yes. I don't have to hand it to them. I reserve the right to declare a winner when they fight, though. Yeah. Sometimes it's fun to watch the rabid street dog bite the Klansman. Yeah. Like, are you kidding me? Hello? I'm sorry. If you saw a Klansman beating the shit out of a Nazi over some personal disagreement, I don't have to like either of them to watch them and be like, "Ooh, that looked bad. Oh my. Oh, dude, the hook. Oh, God, he's taking out the knife. Oh, no. I gotta watch this next part. Oh, God. Are you kidding me? I don't gotta step in and stop that fight. I'm winning either way." And that's how I feel. That's how I feel. That's how I feel about Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is one of the most racist pieces of shit. He's so racist, he makes Piers Morgan look like a liberal. He's so racist, he actually makes Piers Morgan look like Jesus Christ, actually. Tucker Carlson's like, look at the UK. It's become a total shithole with all these brown people in it. And it's like, Piers Morgan just sitting there like, it's not. What? The city is like fine. What are you talking about? It's so dangerous. Not really. It's kind of fine. Where are you going that it's bad? There's no British people anywhere. Huh? What are we doing? What are we talking about? It feels like he's trying to run for presidency. Would you agree? No, I don't think so. I don't think that it's impossible that he runs for presidency. But this doesn't feel like trying to run for presidency. This is just the same shtick that he's done for forever. He's just like, okay, populist right doesn't exist. It's not real. But whatever is pretending to be populist right is what he does. I think that like until he can start appealing to like the MAGA base in an effective way, I don't think there's certainty in the idea that he'll run. You have to understand that he's at odds with the MAGA base. Leftists are not going to, people on the left are not going to vote for Tucker Carlson. They're not. They're always going to vote Gavin Newsom way before they vote Tucker Carlson. And unless he can appeal to MAGA, which currently he doesn't appeal to MAGA at all because they're super anti-Tucker because they're all pro-Trump, he doesn't have a fair shot at winning the presidency. And so he would need to figure out that major problem. He would need to figure out how to lock in for those 30% of voters. He's too proper for the MAGA base. No, that's not the problem. The problem is that Tucker Carlson and Trump are at odds. I mean, this is literally saying Tucker Carlson, Trump betrayed America first. This is immediately guaranteeing that all of the MAGA base people will not vote Tucker Carlson. He's like betrayed MAGA by shitting on Trump. I think you're underestimating how much everybody, even MAGA, hates Israel. No, I don't think so. Again, sorry, no. Excuse me. Let me correct my statement. I completely agree with you. However, the MAGA base will never side with someone who is against Trump ever. It's the Israel hate is not enough. If you are at odds with Trump, if you don't have a way to make people to show people that you are pro-Trump while criticizing him in a weird way, it won't work. This is why a lot of like conservative pundits and conservative commentators consistently try and like blame other people. This is why there was this massive like, it's Doge, that's the problem. It's Elon Musk is the problem. It's Stephen Miller that's the problem. Everyone is tricking him. It's Netanyahu that's the problem. You can never, ever, ever say anything bad about Trump. Trump literally just celebrated Robert Mueller's death. He dropped site Twitter. Bro. Oh my God. Robert Mueller just died. Good, I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. President Donald J. Trump. And the left celebrates death, by the way. And the left celebrates death inappropriately, unlike the right. That is amazing. That's amazing. Yes. By the way, if anyone can't tell the difference here, I don't know. I personally think that the president should have at least a little bit of class, a little bit of decorum relative to the average American. I feel like the average American should be held to a lower standard. I feel like the president should be held to a higher standard. But make no mistake, no conservative will get mad at this. But you celebrate Dick Cheney dying, that fucking sack of shit, rest in piss in hell forever. Fuck you. Can't wait to go to hell to kill you again, you fucking sack of garbage. You say that, you're the worst person on the planet for shitting on Dick Cheney. President Trump saying Robert Mueller just died. Good, I'm glad he's dead. Totally okay, totally acceptable. It's okay to shit on the dead people if you don't like them. Why can't we just be an all or nothing people? Why can't it just be a principled thing? Either people can be, people should be treated in death the way they are treated in life. If you go around doing horrible things in your life, you should be, I think it's fine. Also, it's like, I'm sorry, is this not the basis of free speech? I don't have to agree with you. If Dolly Parton died tomorrow and people shat on her name, shat on her name, I would dislike them, but I wouldn't be like calling for the destruction of these people and calling for like them to get fired, or I'd be like, you're weird, bro. You're just weird. You're literally weird, bro. I guess it's your right to free speech, but you're weird. Don't put that into the world. I'm sorry. Sorry, you're right. My bad.
In your copious
do you think will lead the MAGA Chud movement after their cult leader eventually kicks the bucket? I don't think that there's a good option right now. JD Vance is not up to the task. JD Vance, I don't think, can mobilize enough people. I actually don't think anyone can step up to the plate right now.
Podcasting about this in the last 2 weeks, you have made the argument very strongly that the United States has been pushed into something not in its own national interest by pressure from Israel and the lobbying power of Israel.
Well, it has been. The question is whether the person who makes the ultimate decision, who would be President Trump, should have pushed back. That's it. Of course, Trump should have pushed back.
As previous presidents have done.
To some extent, some very limited extent. George W. Bush didn't push back. We wound up in the Iraq War, and now everyone pretends, oh, that was...
Tucker currently is the only one outside of politics with the potential to build something large enough. Well, I think Tucker is gambling on the Republicans against Trump coalition, but I don't know if that's enough. Historically, it hasn't been enough. I think Trump would need to torpedo... I think maybe if like an interview came out or like there was a secret recording that was leaked or something that showed Trump saying that like his MAGA base is stupid as fuck and he could literally kill all of them and they would support him, and he plans and he's only trying to make their lives worse, maybe he would lose some support. Maybe.
To do with Israel, I was there. I was talking to Bush. That's not true. That's a lie. And that's why it's so important from my perspective to say out loud what is true before history is rewritten and disappears. And it's lying that gets us here.
No, he likes Trump. You're totally mistaken. You are totally mistaken. All of this shit came out. Do you guys remember the Dominion lawsuit when Fox News did an entire publicly facing? Absolutely, yes. Publicly facing, he pretends like Trump is a mostly good guy, and he likes to say like very the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But privately, he fucking hates him. Look at the Mike Huckabee interview. The best example of this, by the way, privately, of evidence that he fucking hates Trump, which, by the way, all of these people fucking hate Trump. The Dominion lawsuit, where they kept insisting that the voting machines were rigged and they stole the election from Trump. Fox News got into this massive lawsuit because of this. Tucker basically lost his job at Fox News because of this. And that leaked a bunch of text messages where Tucker was literally caught in 4K saying he fucking hates Trump. Let me see if I can find it for people who haven't seen it. Leaked Tucker texts Trump. Tucker Carlson said he hates Trump passionately. Lawsuit reveals. Where is it? The latest filings in the case suggest Mr. Carlson expressed his dislike of the outgoing president 2 days before Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol to derail lawmakers from certifying Joe Biden's election win. We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights, he wrote in a text sent on January 4th, 2021. I truly can't wait. I hate him passionately, he added. The last 4 years, that's the last 4 years. We're all pretending we've got a lot to show for it because admitting what a disaster it's been is too tough to digest. But come on, there isn't really an upside to Trump. Like all of these conservatives, by the way, fucking hate Trump because Trump is like a fucking moron and an idiot and a dunce. And he doesn't play the political game the way that they want to play it. The problem is that people like Tucker Carlson are more evil than Trump, but they're better at hiding their evil. And Trump is terrible at it.
Because we say, oh.
You think Hassan's probably wrong with his take here on Tucker versus Gavin?
Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited Tucker Carlson victory, by the way. Tucker Carlson's like, I can't even tell what your positions are. One day you say Israel's an apartheid. You get a boss call from all of the Israel lobbyists. And next day you come out and you say, actually, Israel's not an apartheid. Americans need someone who actually can stand on moral principles. And as a Christian, I think genocide is unconscionable. What's going on? You see, Tucker, you're being quite anti-Semitic. No, I love Jews. I love Jews. I can't stand what Israel has done to my Jewish friends. What's going on? Ronald Reagan victory condition. Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited Tucker Carlson victory, by the way. Tucker Carlson's like, I can't even tell what your positions are. One day you say Israel's an apartheid.
I think if you asked me this before that recent Gavin Newsom interview, I would have said Gavin Newsom would win, Tucker won't. After that Gavin Newsom interview and after his like terrible media tour where he looks like a soulless demon, oh, it's so hard to tell. The other problem too is a lot can happen in 2 years. But I think it'll be very hard for Tucker Carlson to appeal to the MAGA voters. I think that'll be the most difficult thing. I think if he can find a way to lock in and get those people to vote for him, absolutely, it's not going to be close. I don't think it would be close. I think unless he can get those people, win what? Presidency. I think unless he can get, if he can't get MAGA on board, he won't win. He won't win. I don't think he can without MAGA.
Oh, no. Lobbying efforts had no effect. Really? We say that about our pharmaceutical policy? No. Everybody understands that every policy a large government makes, including ours, is influenced by various stakeholders who were affected by that policy. But this is the one area we have to be like, no, it had It had nothing to do with the fact that his biggest donors were pushing him to do this, or the Bibi visited 7 times in 1 year. Are you joking? I'm not going to play along with the lies anymore. I don't hate Jews. I don't hate Israel. I love my country. This has happened yet again. I can give you a whole list of previous times where it's happened. And I think we need to know what happened so we don't hurt ourselves further.
I am not saying don't blame Israel. I think Israel has its own national interests, and Israel was certainly pushing for things. But I think there is more agency and therefore more responsibility with the President of the United States and the Trump administration.
I wouldn't disagree. He represents me. I live here.
But that's important, because in the way you
Israel
described
pushed him into this. Now, he shouldn't have gone along with it. He should have pushed back. But to pretend that Trump woke up one morning and is like, no, I think
I'm
we're
not
going to...
suggesting that, to be clear.
No, Israel pushed him. The prime minister... And by the way, it's not Israel. There are a lot of people who disagree in Israel. I know some of them. It was the prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, who pushed our president into doing this. And I hope this is the last time that Netanyahu or any foreign head of state will ever push an American president to do something that hurts America.
This is what I mean, right? Like, I think Trump's reputation would have to take a bigger dive. And if he was seen as the savior to Trump, I think it would work. Either he has to appeal to Trump voters, aka the MAGA base, or something catastrophic would have to happen to Trump. Tucker is very whiny. Gavin clears him. Incorrect. No, incorrect. Tucker is way more media savvy. I'm sorry to say it.
Well, let's talk about that, because I think we may be, as you yourself said earlier, at a tipping point in terms of the rapid decline within the United States for support for Israel.
Maybe.
And you see it huge. I mean, you've seen it for several years on the Democratic side, you're now seeing it on the conservative side, and you're seeing a collapse amongst younger people. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. How quickly is that going to change the politics of Israel in the United States?
I mean, it's hard to know. There doesn't seem to be a direct connection, not just on Israel or foreign policy, but on almost any issue between what our leaders believe and do and what the public thinks and wants. The public begins to believe, in their frustration at their declining standard of living, for example, or declining birth rates, or whatever it is that's getting worse, and a lot is, that there's no way to use legitimate means to change it. Voting doesn't work. If they believe that, then they will, by definition, find other ways. And those ways are destructive. And I don't want that. So I think it's very important that a government, even a non-democracy, even a monarchy, respond to the concerns of the population. You can ignore them for a while. If you ignore them for too long, you get overthrown.
Let's talk, though, a little bit more about how this declining support for Israel, which I think is one of the most...
What is this interview? He's just like walking all over her.
Significant political shifts in the United States in recent years. How is that shaping the MAGA movement? I mean, are you now seeing a split? I mean, when I look at the opinion polls, I'm told that there's 100% support amongst MAGA or 95% support for the war. On the other hand, you're clearly a man with a large number of followers who is making a very, very different argument.
I was standing next to Trump at his house when he got elected. I've known him a long time. I talked to him a lot. So, I don't fully understand what MAGA is, but I know that the core promise of the Trump political movement, Make America Great Again, was America First. And it was articulated by him repeatedly at every campaign stop for 10 years.
See? Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? She's interviewing him? Yes. He understands he has to appeal to MAGA. That's why he's doing it right now. He talks to Trump with some reverence. Says, I was with Trump. I'm basically best buddies with Trump. We go way back. We were basically like this. And what is MAGA really? All I know is I want to help America first. The problem, and there is one major problem, Trump is a fucking wild card, and Trump easily could run a third time, or I guess technically run a fourth time for a third presidency. And there's no universe where if Trump is doing that, he endorses Tucker Carlson. Nah, his body won't allow it. You underestimate the power of being evil. Like, this is guys, this is like a RGB moment, or sorry, RBG moment. Like, he will hold on to power until his last fucking breath. No, he can't. Oh, just like he can't do any of the other things that he's done. Come on, guys, be real. He's actually declining so hard, though. I didn't say that he would win. I said that he would run. Again, unless things change significantly, which they can. And the problem is Trump runs entirely on ego. I totally view him as someone petty enough that he doesn't want to see someone like Tucker succeed him. And he'd rather stick it to him by not endorsing him and instead besmirching Tucker Carlson's name and calling him a scam. And the problem is MAGA people, doesn't matter how much you appeal to the MAGA base, they will always side with Trump over everything else.
So everyone in America knows this. I think everyone globally knows this. The core of this movement was the idea that you would, and we could debate about how you do it, but you would try to put the interests of your country at the center of every calculation about how you manage your country and how you interact with the world. It's the single most obvious and single most popular political.
Sorry, to be clear, if Trump dies of old age or whatever, Tucker clears easily. 100%. If Trump doesn't make it to the next cycle, Tucker clears easily. Clears Gavin Newsom, excuse me. But I don't know, man. I really do fundamentally believe that evil just lives fucking forever, man. I really do. I feel like I've learned better than to just like hope that the evil will die. Kissinger, I mean, dude, old Biden is. He's still alive. Remember when people said Biden wasn't gonna live through his first term or his second term? Or sorry, wouldn't live through a second term? He's still alive. If Trump dies, Tucker would come out with the greatest I had a dream speech since MLK. No, but actually, 100%. 1,000,000%. What is your definition of alive? His brain is dead. The body is moving is what I mean by alive.
Concept ever devised.
Do you think Donald Trump has betrayed America first?
I think that this war.
Hazan thinks Tucker can carve out some normie libs for a different base of support. What are your thoughts? I don't think it's a meaningful enough group. I could be wrong, but I feel like libs tend to have like a very foundational Democrat, blue, no matter who principle. And they really love the vibes of like, even if they dislike what's happening in Israel, they like vibe-based politics. And they like the vibes of someone like Gavin Newsom. Like when you talk to most voters are not like politically savvy at all. Most voters have no idea what the fuck is happening. And they're just like, I like Gavin Newsom. He seems really nice. I don't really like Tucker Carlson. I mean, Tucker Carlson's okay, but he's like on Fox News and stuff. What if he ran as a Democrat? Tucker would never run as a Democrat. If he ran as like, he would never, the problem is Tucker would never run as a Democrat or an independent. If he ran as an independent, I believe that he would pull normie libs. He would get all the Hutch voters.
War is something that he promised he wouldn't do, not once, but countless times. And until YouTube is banned, we'll be able to prove that. And the idea behind it is not only contrary to America First.
Single issue bald voters, stop. Not all bald.
It may be its inverse. There's no argument that changing the regime in Iran helps the United States. And if there is an argument, I'd love to hear it. And by the way, if that argument is sensible and convincing, I will support it. All I care about is the United States. But I haven't heard that argument a single time. All I've heard is the kind of tiresome fear-mongering about nuclear weapons, which Iran did not have. It's insulting, actually, even to make that argument to me. that Iran's nuclear program posed such a threat to the United States 3 weeks ago that we had to launch a full-scale war against them. No one's even arguing that because it's stupid and the facts don't support it. So why did we do this when we did it? Because Israel wanted to do it.
Like, you have to understand all of this, literally all of this is like a massive smear against Trump. Trump sees this shit and he basically guarantees that he will never endorse Tucker. Like, Trump is a very vengeful, petty man. The idea he would hear Tucker Carlson saying all this shit and be like, I'll endorse you in 2028. He doesn't work like that. Because Trump doesn't care about the United States. He doesn't care about Republicans winning. He doesn't care about making sure women can get abortions. If anything, he's pro-women getting abortions. He's for Trump. And if you are mean to Trump, he doesn't like you. And if you shit on him, you question his decisions, he doesn't like you. Trump is a catty bitch. Vance called him Nazi. Yeah, and then Vance sucked him off. And he fucking blew bubbles on it and fucking did tricks on it. And now every single moment he gets, Vance is fucking glazing. Tucker, I don't think, is going to glaze Trump. I don't think he's going to do it. I think Tucker hates Trump too much. I think he hates him too much. You're wrong. Trump reads a room. He knows JD and Marco can't carry the flame. But Trump doesn't care about someone carrying the flame. That's the thing that you have to remember. Trump literally doesn't give a shit if Republicans win in this country. He doesn't give a shit if Republicans win or Democrats win or any of this shit. Trump only cares about Trump. That's it. That's all he cares about. Why do you like Mamdani then? Because Mamdani was probably glazing him and it was like, you know, no one really talks about it, but you really are like the best real estate mogul. Like, you actually, and I have this plan on how to like really elevate you because I feel like people have been shitting on you relentlessly. We should build housing. You are the best real estate mogul. We should build housing in your honor. If you sign off on this, you know, I get to call you the best president that's ever existed. You have literally single-handedly saved the New York City, that you've saved the Big Apple. That's what, like, I'm not joking. I'm literally not joking. Mamdani's a charmer and Trump was charmed, correct. I mean, he cares about fanfare, correct. He's also a vibes guy. People love Mamdani in New York City. Trump also wanted to be like New York City, but they hate him. Be liked by New York City, but they hate him. Yep.
They chose the timing here. No one disputes that. And timing in war, as in life, is a lot of it. And it determines outcome. And they hadn't thought.
Like, literally. He brought a fake paper to glaze Trump. This is the face of a man who can't believe this shit fucking worked. He's like, try not to smile. Try not to do it. Try not to hit the iconic smile. You are very happy in this moment, but not happy that you just tricked the biggest idiot with the most power in this world. That photo is AI? It's not AI. What are you talking? What? No, it's not AI. What? Who said that? Look how happy Trump is. He didn't look that happy when Donald Jr. was born. Like, I'm sorry. This is what Trump needs for him to endorse you, for him to give you his support. Mere flattery is enough for Trump, which is why he's so fucking corrupt. And again, like I said, something very foundational about Trump is he doesn't give a shit about the outcome of this country. He doesn't care about the people in this country. He doesn't care about Republicans winning. Republicans are very, Tucker Carlson is one of the establishment Republicans where they don't care which people need to get in the Republican tent, so long as Republicans always win every election, as many elections as possible, and continue making the world a worse place bit by bit by bit. And Republicans will side with Republicans. They will, like, swallow their pride. They will eat crow if it means Republicans as a whole win. Trump does not operate that way. Trump does not operate that way at all. Trump does not fall in line. Trump doesn't give a shit if some other Trump is not going to eat crow. He's not going to fucking swallow his pride. Not even for a moment. Not even for a fucking second.
Thought through what was going to happen next. The Israelis hadn't, and we hadn't, because we didn't have time to.
It sounds to me like you think he has betrayed it.
This war is clearly contrary to what he promised and contrary to the idea that your leaders should put your interests before those of foreigners, period. We put Israel's interests before ours. Trump did that. Bibi's wasn't elected president of my country. My president was. I supported him, obviously, voted for him. But, yeah.
Let's talk about the...
I supported him. Meanwhile, leaked text messages show that he fucking hates him.
The way the debate develops in this country, because I think you're right, it's extremely difficult to talk about the subject that you and I have just spent the last half hour talking about, because there is a conflation very often. Anybody who criticizes Israel is vulnerable to being called anti-Zionist or anti-Semitic, and there's conflation by the exact people you've just been talking about, in the kind of firmament of political discussion.
Do you think that's a good faith response or a tactic?
About to ask you that question. Clearly, I think you and I agree. We have both been critical of the Israeli government.
Dude, why are they sitting so close?
I just want to kind of clarify terms a bit here.
Well, I've really been critical of the Israeli government.
I've been plenty critical of the Israeli government. I've told you at the beginning that we were against this war.
What do you think of Gaza?
What do I think of Gaza?
Yeah.
I think the war in Gaza, to start with, was a perfectly reasonable response in response to the horrors of October 7th. I think
perfectly reasonable. Perfectly reasonable. 1,000 Israelis died. What, half of them were combatants? And so it was perfectly reasonable to level all of Gaza and kill hundreds of thousands of people, destroy every school, destroy every hospital? Are we kidding? That was a perfectly reasonable response? Are we joking right now? In what world is that a reasonable response? You want to see reasonable responses? Look at Iran and the way that Iran has been treating the United States. They are attacking military bases. They're doing everything that they said would happen. They outlined clearly, if you attack us, we will attack all American military bases and American allies. You hit our oil, we will hit your allies' oil. We will hit Qatari oil. We will strike Israel. Do not attack us. We are not joking when we say do not attack us. They get attacked. They did exactly what they said they were going to do. They don't start fucking carpet bombing the entirety of Qatar or the UAE. That is a reasonable response. Iran's response has actually been reasonable. Everything has been predictable. They have been clear since day one. They have yet to do anything that they didn't say they were going to do. Israel's response is the last thing. It is the last thing you would ever call a reasonable response. 1,000 people die, so you genocide a people. That's reasonable. That sounds reasonable. Are we serious right now, or are we actually fucking serious? That's amazing. I have no words. That's incredible. You are scum. You are a scumbag piece of shit. Fuck you.
Now, the places, I've been
in 2026, by the way, in 2026, at least go back a year, go back 2 years. At least there was some semblance of like fear that calling it a genocide would get you, would ruin your career, or that it would get you you would get called an anti-Semite or something. Pre-ICC and pre-ICJ rulings and arrest warrants. Arrest warrant out for Bibi Netanyahu for genocide and arrest warrant out for Yoav Gallant. Pre that. To be clear, it was still an apartheid state, still the world's largest open-air prison. Still always was that. They were still conducting war crimes against the Palestinian people, and these settlements in the West Bank are completely illegal. However, at least there, you can, right after October 7th, you can pretend like, for a moment, yeah, this is a reasonable response. Well, they need to make sure that there are no, they get rid of the terrorists. In 2026 is fucking insane.
Have you been to Gaza? I've been to Gaza since the war started.
They would not
it's
let
catastrophic.
me into Gaza. Trust me, very few journalists get into Gaza.
Yeah, no, I went with the IDF. It's the only way that you can go in, but nonetheless, you go in and you see a flattened place. I think it is a disaster.
That's crazy. It's flattened, and that was reasonable. That's amazing. You are a fucking evil fucking bitch.
A disaster for the future of Israel, a disaster for the Palestinian people, a horror, 70,000 people dead.
Why would you describe it first as a disaster for the future?
What? Huh?
I think it is a disaster for the future of Israel, a disaster for the Palestinian people, a horror, 70,000 people dead.
A disaster for Israel. Okay. Can I just pull something up for you guys really quick? Can I just like pull up a clip that I really love? Can I just pull up a clip? It is literally giving this. One's if you remember this clip.
Mark.
Who's if you don't remember this clip. Or you
Great
don't know
to
you
see
haven't
you.
seen it.
Come on in. I caught the show this morning.
Oh, great, thanks.
Yeah. Where's Sid? She's out on a thing, but she thought it would be great for us to check in, and I'm a big fan.
Thank you, thanks. So Karen tells me you want the full colonoscopy, huh?
Oh, dude, no. We both know, I think, how dumb these things are. You know how it is. It's just due diligence with all the turbulence, and can I just need to check a few boxes?
Sure. Thank you for the show, Faith.
No problem. Okay, right. Okay, so this is embarrassing, but just for the record, and just so we have it, you are not and have never been a member of the Nazi Party of the United States, have you?
Come on, Tom, are you serious?
Nope. Thank you. Sorry to have to even ask. And, oh yes, the Hitler dog thing.
Okay, the dog thing's bullshit. Great, I thought so. Different spelling.
Okay, different spelling?
Yeah.
Okay, and this other one that came up, just to fend this off, have you ever read Mein Kampf?
Yeah, a couple times, I guess.
Couple times? Are there Easter eggs in there you didn't get the first time?
Look, I'm interested in that period of history, Tom, okay? I've skimmed it.
Skimmed, yeah, thank you. And what specifically do you find interesting about that period of history?
The scale, the tragedy.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and which tragedies specifically?
Just which tragedy?
Europe decimated. 7 million Germans, 20 million Russians, 5 million Poles.
Yeah. Just checking the till here, Mark, and it seems you're short a few million.
It cuts to a different scene. Just checking the till. You see, I feel like you're missing one little group there. Just checking. It's literally giving this. Well, what do you think about the war in Gaza? Well, it's a tragedy. It's just a horror. I mean, think about what happened to Israel after that. Everybody hates Israel now.
A disaster for the future of Israel, a disaster for the Palestinian people, a horror, 70,000 people dead.
To even remotely talk about Israel here when they're the ones that initiated and engaged in that genocide. Prior to the genocide, by the way, it was the widely acceptable position that Israel should be allowed to retaliate and murder at least 10,000 people in retaliation. They lost 1,000. They should be able to kill 10,000. This is insane. This is literally, to talk about the genocide in Gaza and then be like, it's a horror for Israel, is insane.
Why would you describe it first as a disaster for the future of Israel? You've got tens of thousands of civilians murdered, but it's foremost a disaster for the future of Israel. No, it's foremost a disaster for the families of the dead kids.
Absolutely. I made 3 points.
Because everybody sucks up to Israel in this way that suggests they're afraid. And everyone is afraid, and you know that. Everyone's like, the real problem is calling people anti-Semites allows real anti-Semites to flourish. It's like, no, actually, the real problem with calling people anti-Semites who aren't is accusing...
She's literally getting rolled. She's literally getting bodied. She's getting fucking destroyed. She's getting frame-mogged. Brutally frame-mogged. This is insane. How are you getting destroyed by a guy wearing khakis? Bro.
Innocent of a crime they didn't commit. And the real crime in Gaza is killing people who did nothing wrong. So those are the real problems, I would say. But no one can say it because you have to be like, oh no, but really October 7th
I don't know what you're talking about, Gaza. We're having a...
Everyone watching.
Fucking Joker laugh, Jesus.
Watching this knows what I'm talking about.
Well, let's get...
No! Not the everyone watching this knows what I'm talking about. Oh my God. No, I hate when Tucker is right, dude. It's literally a worst person you know makes a great point. Fuck me, dude.
Get onto that right now.
Yeah.
because you are critical of the government of Israel. Do you believe in Israel's right to exist? Would you consider yourself a Zionist in that narrow
It's fun when the Joker laugh is on my side, though.
definition?
What does that mean, a right to exist?
The existence of the political state of Israel as
But
it
it
has
has
existed,
a right. What does that mean?
that you think it should continue in its existence as a state right now. So you do not agree with Iran.
I can't believe that's what preceded this. Her getting absolutely brutally frame-mogged on the topic of giving sympathy to Israel after they fucking murdered hundreds of thousands of people and leveled Gaza. The immediate lead up is, or the immediate follow up is, well, don't you think Israel has a right to exist? Oh. This is the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my life. Holy shit. Economist stock way down, way down.
For example.
Well, let me just ask, since you asked me the question, it's fair for me to get you to define the term so I can answer it. You've asked two questions. The first was, do you believe Israel has a right to exist? And the second question was, do you believe Israel should continue to go on as a nation state? And those are very different questions. So I often hear the phrase...
Having been created as a political entity in 1948,
does it have a
that
right
state
to exist? Is that what you're asking?
I don't want to get hung up on the right.
No.
Should it continue to exist? That's how I define narrowly Zionism.
Because the phrase you used was devised by the Israeli government. Of course, does it have a right to exist? And so my question to you would be, what is...
He beating her ass in the quote tweet, bro. Oh my God. How are you the Economist's editor-in-chief and this is the best you got? How?
Does that
Why
mean?
don't you answer my question? It's a very simple question.
I don't know what your question is. Are you asking, does it have a right to exist, or do I want it to exist? Do I seek its destruction?
Fine, answer it that way.
Well, of course I don't seek its destruction.
Okay,
I've already said, as you know, because I said it to you, I don't want Israel to be destroyed or have to use nuclear weapons.
We've established that you are in that narrow terms a Zionist. If that's how
I'm
we're
in
going
no
to define
sense a Zionist. I don't want any country to be destroyed at all, and I don't want people to die, particularly ones who committed no crime, because I don't believe in killing innocents, period. That's the basis of Western civilization. Eastern civilization is a whole different view. They believe in collective punishment. I don't.
So you're in no sense a Zionist?
I don't even know what that means. Why don't you define the term, and then I'll tell you whether I am.
I've just defined it.
What's
you
a
said
Zionist?
that a Zionist in my narrow term, this definition is that the state of Israel, the political state of Israel, has the right to continue existing.
The right? Where does that right come from? What do you mean? These are like, I'm not being a lawyer about it. I just want to know what you're asking.
Is it not insane that like conservatives fail? That Zionists fail so hard to defend Israel and to defend Israel's action to the point where anyone who has any literacy at all can immediately destroy them? Just hang it up, dude. Fuck me, dude.
I think you answered the question.
Because I don't know what you're asking me.
Let's go to the
Wait,
third.
no. I think a lot. You don't want to define your question, and I don't know why. I don't know what you're asking me. I've already said I don't want Israel to be destroyed. I don't want anyone to be killed. And you've said, does Israel have a right to exist?
The Joker laugh is so scary. Joker laugh is so terrifying to me, dude. Oh, I need the Joker laugh on the soundboard. Hell no, bro. Hell no. Bro, imagine being this guy. What about you and Hassan Diddy Pike defending terrorist organizations? You are both such jokes. How you spend all of your free time. Guy who definitely has a life. Hey, it's all true. And your OF chick. How you spend all your free time. It's Saturday. You regards my free day. These, these are my opponents. He can't even be fucked to type English sentences. It's the only language he knows, and he can't even be fucked to type English sentences. Look at you, reading comments from a chatter, coping. Everyone that's ever made fun of you is only coping. It's surely not you coping. It's everybody else that's coping when they laugh at your stupid ass. Buddy, if I typed the real word, I would be banned. What word are you typing? What word would you be typing? Huh? No one has, only you have. Oh, guys, I'm being so mean. I'm being so mean. This is fucking... This is just Nick Shitley. I'm sorry, buddy. Stay in school, bro, okay? Buddy. Just go back. I'm sure they'll take you back in, all right? I'm sure maybe like 4th grade? Maybe 4th grade, and they'll take you back in. Got it, buddy. You got it. You'll learn what blah, 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 blah means. You got it. Okay. Oh. Sending you off on your way. Just ban me, you of hoe! These people are just pathetic, man. Dude, it is kind of sad that, like, every Denims hater is a fucking moron. Like, it's impossible to be a Denims hater and have any intelligence at all. Like, it is inherent to being a Denims hater that you are medically stupid. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough out there. Can't even rage bait? Oh, man. Failing to rage bait is crazy. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Ah. For Christ. Same with Ian and Anissa hate. Lowest IQ, dude. They are Israeli and this is their art. Stop. You can't say that. Bro was failing to be sentient. You can't say that, bro. Why do they have a fetish for getting banned? I don't know. What I don't get is the amount of people that are like, OnlyFans, OnlyFans, OnlyFans. It's like, the reality is, the reason why I stopped giving a shit about that is because, first of all, I'm not going to change who I am as a person or what I care about or what I want to do because some fucking loser, some unwashed ass loser is going to get upset about it. If you don't like it, then you're not someone that I would want in this community anyways. You can go ahead and suck my fucking fat, veiny dick, bro. I literally don't care. It doesn't matter at all to me. Oh no, a loser doesn't like me. What am I going to do with my life? And you know what the worst part is? All these people, the thing that I judge them the hardest for, all of them, gonna be a crazy statement, all right? There are people who are bronze in video games because they just be trolling. They just be straight trolling in all the games, all right? They're just straight trolling. They're like, you know what? I'm gonna play Spider-Man for the first time ever. And you know what? For those people, it's like, you know what? I can't even really hate you. I really can't even hate you. I really can't, you know? And then there are the people that are bronze because they just blame their teammates and everything is never their fault ever. And they have like 5,000 games and they're like, I just keep getting into losers queue. It's everyone else. And the best part is for all the people that are Denims haters, all of them. And to those people I say, when I run into them in games, the type of mentality I run into, I'm like, you know what? I'm glad we lost this game. I will climb and you will not. Your mindset is fundamentally broken, unfortunately. So I'm glad you get to stay in the rank. You luck. Trolls are just too afraid to try and fail real. What was I going to say though? Gets knocked immediately. You guys fucking suck. How dare you? This is his free time to lose every game in Marvel Rivals, and you made fun of him and you're laughing. But the thing is, I just fundamentally disagree with changing or like adjusting your behavior for fucking weird, unwashed losers on the internet. Because the reality is, every single woman that doesn't have an OnlyFans, guess what? Everybody, the hate comments are exactly the same. The hate comments are literally, just get an OnlyFans already, you fucking whore. Or a bunch of people just saying that she has an OnlyFans, which she doesn't. So it's like, why would I give a shit what your stupid opinion is? You're just going to slut shame every woman anyways. I might as well do some fun cosplays and get a bag while I'm doing it, huh? Oh no, you're slut shaming me, which you definitely wouldn't do if I didn't have an OnlyFans. Oh wait, I didn't have one at one point, and I still got slut shamed. And all my replies from haters were like, yeah, well, you're only sexy and hot. Stupid sexy. Just make the OnlyFans already so I can pay for it, damn it. Like, don't care. Like, I don't care. I don't care about your stupid opinion. Oh, God. You know, all the chuds are subbed too. It's so sad. It's tough for them. It's tough for them. Like, literally look at these people. Like, they struggle with basic shapes and colors. You sell your vagina on the internet and then complain. Where did I just complain? I just said I think it's funny as fuck. Do you struggle to understand basic human emotions? Is this a struggle of yours? I said it's funny as fuck. It's hilarious. It's objectively hilarious that they think that they can shame me into being upset. Being like, no, I wish I wasn't making money off of being attractive. Oh, darn it. It's so stupid. You don't even give them discounts sometimes. It's so rude. True. You can sell body parts online? Probably. Organ trade? Boo, boo. This one sucks. This one's dog shit. Stop being anti-Semitic. You're pretty blah. Boring troll. Get better material. You're actually the most boring troll so far today. All right. Yeah, these people just like, they really struggle with basic shapes and colors. They'll see someone laughing at them and they're like, you're owned right now. You're owned. Okay. Whatever lets you sleep at night, I guess. Sure.
Exist? Does it have my question is, what right are you talking about? Does Britain have a right to exist? Does the United States have a right to exist?
There was a world order built up after 1945 which suggested that aggression should not be condoned into countries. That countries with borders have the right to continue.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
Which is why the first thing that Israel did within 2 weeks of this war starting, which is supposedly existential for them, was take southern Lebanon. Take someone else's country, as they have done repeatedly. And no one even mentions that. And so I guess I would be opposed to that, because I think Lebanon has a right to exist. I thought Gaza had a right to exist. But I noticed that as soon as we start apportioning rights, only one country gets them.
No, I did not say that. You're absolutely putting words into my mouth.
So because I believe, here's what I do believe, since you asked. I believe in universally applicable standards. And if they're not universally applicable, they're not standards, they're preferences. That's why I believe in human rights, not ethnic rights. I don't think Jews have more rights or less rights than anyone else. I don't think Christians have more rights or less rights, blacks, Filipinos. I believe in human rights that derive from the creation of people.
I can't believe they published this. This made The Economist look like a fucking joke. This actually made The Economist look like a fucking joke. Holy. Why would they publish this? How do you get brutally frame-mogged by the fucking Joker? What the hell? Got woke Tucker Carlson before GTA 6? Well, I don't think he's woke just yet, but... Read the comments? No way, please. I'm scared. Tucker, everyone watching knows what I'm talking about. Yes, we do, Tucker. They use the softer term lobbying to mask what is essentially corruption. Does Lebanon have a right to exist? Love it. She just sat back and knew he got her on her BS. Oh no! Oh no. Her brain melted when Tucker explained Lebanon and Palestine also have a right to exist. She couldn't comprehend that all people have an equal right to exist. Dude, it's so Jover. It's so Jover, bro. Bro, stop. This has got to be bots. No. Iraqis for Tucker Carlson. Thank you, Tucker, for seeing us as human, too. He doesn't even see them as human. He doesn't even see brown people as human beings. He says that they're uncivilized brutes that don't even know how to use a fork. Oh, Christ. This is why he's so dangerous. People have a memory of a goldfish, so they see him saying this stuff and think he's actually good. No. Yeah, I think it's I think it might be over, guys. I think it might be over. I know I say that every stream because it's just more and more true every stream. Meanwhile, white people still have yet to figure out ass hygiene. Keep smearing that shit around. Stop. No. Seriously, though, everybody got to get on the bidet program. For real. They're not expensive. They're not. There's really, really cheap bidets out there, man. They're not difficult to set up and they're not even expensive. My bidet was like $15, like $20. It's great. Great. They're easy to set up to. If I can set it up, okay. I'm not a fucking plumber. I don't know shit about plumbing. Is that plumbing your wife? That one was a wash. Sorry. Cut that one. Scratch that one. I can install it. It took me 15 minutes. All right. If I can install a chat, you guys can install it. Are bidets just for odor? Because unless you're putting soap on it, a bidet isn't cleaning shit, pun intended. I mean, water definitely cleans. It's just soap is better, huh? Water is definitely better than just some, like, paper towels or some toilet paper. We're comparing it to paper. Also, you can use soap. I mean, I know I'm getting a little bold here, but you can actually use soap. You can actually do both. I don't mean to be like a crazy person here, but like, if you're feeling really bold, by the way, chat, you can do toilet paper, water, soap, water, toilet paper for drying. You can. Mm-hmm. Not the installation, it's the function that's alien to us. But it's like, I mean, it's like, you never taken a shower? Okay, don't answer that. I know that there actually are straight men in this country that are like, well, I can't wash my ass in the shower. That's gay. But like, I don't know, man. I wash my ass in the shower. I hope everybody else washes their ass in the shower. It's the same thing, right? Just out of the shower. You just get a quick little credit card swipe. Maybe a couple times. It was a particularly sweaty day, and then you're nice and clean. I don't feel like hygiene is gross to talk about. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Dig in your butt. Wait, so Denims is gay? Yeah, I'm gay. Real. Dude, there are crunchy caucasoids that come online and brag about not washing their legs. Oh. Listen, let me say this. Let me just say this. I'm going to say something brave. I think if you're taking like a quick rinse, like people who work from home, you know this. Sometimes you like literally don't move your body enough to have sweated. Like, You literally just, especially if you just have the AC running, you live in a nice home with a central air, you kind of just like you can just not get sweaty. And if you're just taking you're like, let me take a quick rinse before bed. You can kind of just like underarms and then like lower body area. And then you can be like, okay, great. But you got to wash your legs, I feel like, at least every other day. At least, right? Just like a quick little, I don't know. Do not take this advice. What's wrong? Also, wait, I never see anyone talking about this. Can I show you guys something? I've never seen anyone else have these ever. I'm the only person that I've ever seen buy and own these. Maybe it's just like, I feel like I grew up with this. It's just like a glove. And it's made out of like a scratchy fabric, sort of similar to like a sponge. And it's like a little bit harsher than a loofah. Slightly harsher than a loofah. And you just like, I feel like it's like really nice, but I've never, like all of the time that I've ever spent at somebody else's place before, I've never seen anybody else have these. They're dope. Is that for the bidet? No, oh my God. What the fuck? You trying to bleed? Huh? How hardcore do you think we are around here? Hell no. This is just for washing my legs, bro. Huh? Psychopath, man. And they're really cheap. You can buy like a pack of 20 on like Amazon for like $5. I really like these. I've had like the same one it smells great. It smells like a loofah. I mean, exfoliate, I have them. These are dope. Highly recommend them. Just look up like, I don't know, exfoliant glove or something. And they're great. I use a 1 grit size. I just feel like it's really convenient. You just put one on. Technically, you can put 2 on at the same time, but that seems excessive for me. And then you're just like, get like a nice scrub. I feel like maybe I just have a lot of dead skin or something. I don't know. I feel like I really get a good wash afterward with that. I literally just started using those. I'm so mad I didn't know about them earlier. They're really dope. They're really, really dope. Because I feel like when you use soap, just soap, it's kind of like imagine putting some Dawn on a dirty dish plate and then just wiping it with your hand. It's like, you didn't really get anything, dog. Right? Using this, it's like you get like a good exfoliant, but you should hydrate afterwards, like some body moisturizer or whatever. It's nice. I don't know. I like it. Use a different pair on your feet. Huh? I guess. I feel like if you're in the shower, your feet are clean. It's just, I don't know. Feet thinkers, I guess. You put it through the washing machine? Well, no, because it's just like, I guess I've never thought to do that before. They just always look and smell clean. Even when I've used like the ones that are white, they just always look and smell clean. I've never needed to really do that. Usually sometimes they'll start to like really break down a little bit. Like you can see this one's starting to break down a little bit. And then I'll just replace it, but I don't replace it that often. Does it not accumulate mold? Well, no, you just like squeeze it dry. It's like, does a sponge accumulate mold if you squeeze it dry and you let it hang? If you leave it and you leave it in like a wet corner, yeah, it's going to start smelling disgusting. But you just like squeeze and then you like, a sponge does over time. Yeah, but again, not if you squeeze it dry and you leave it on the side there. It only grows really fast in a noticeable way if you're just like leaving it wet all of the time. And I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm just I brutalize my sponges. Usually by the time a sponge starts to get a little questionable, I've already destroyed it completely. Like the sponge looks like it's been like chewed up. I don't know. How long have you been using this for? I don't know, like a year or something. I mean, it smells great. It smells like soap. If you hang it to dry, it won't grow mold. This is kind of like when people are like, I don't use wooden utensils or wooden spoons because it grows mold. It's like, not if you dry it. Don't leave it soaking wet. I don't know. I've never had that. Anyways, some woods are specifically antimicrobial. Yeah. Yep. And then obviously if you need to reseal it or whatever, look up a bamboo weave cloth. They're fire. I've never heard of these before, but yeah, I don't know. I like it. How many of you use more than one towel to dry? This is also another position that I will never understand. I use bathrobes, like actual bathrobes. It's like made out of towel material, but it's in the shape of a robe. So many American bathrobes fucking suck and they don't absorb any water. But if you search really hard, you will find bathrobes that actually absorb water and they're fucking amazing. The Turkish bathrobes go hard. They're fucking amazing. They're so dope. No towel needed. I'm literally wearing one right now. Yeah, it's got to be like the jersey cotton or something like that. I don't remember. Yeah, they're dope. They're super, super, super dope. Anyways, I just joined. What does Denims have against sponges? No, I think I just brutalize them when I use them. I'm like speed running when I'm doing dishes. All right. I want to make a showering for beginner's guide so I can send it to Asmongold. You got to make a showering for idiots book. Anyways, these are dope. Highly recommend these. If anyone doesn't have these, you can buy a giant pack of these. Like $5 or some shit. They're dope. Highly recommend. All right. Can we talk about adult stuff? Is showering not an adult thing? I feel like it's an adult thing. Well, anyways. I gotta make sure that I scare away, you know, the roach chatters. You know what I mean? Like a shower a day keeps the roaches away. You feel me? So we have to have hygiene segments to continue monitoring the situation in chat. All right, let's see. Breaking. Iranian missile strikes Dimona in southern Israel. Iranian missile struck the Dimona area in southern Israel during a new wave of launches from Iran on Saturday with a video showing direct impact and fire at the scene. One boy was moderately injured. 19 others were lightly injured at the strike. Israel's Magen David Adom said, according to the Times of Israel. People thought Iran was bluffing when they said that they were going to find weaknesses in the Iron Dome, by the way. Dimona is where Israel's nuclear weapon base is. Iran isn't even using their new tech yet either. It's just old tech from the Iraq war. I mean, Iran's goal right now at this point is to bleed America and Israel dry. Because they know they have the capability to destroy our weapons and our defenses for like a fraction of the budget. It's literally a war of attrition on Iran's part, and Iran is winning single-handedly. It's not even close. I don't think I've seen this video. Israel's $3.5 million shield versus Iran's 50,000 drone. Iran ran this math years ago and it's working. Has anyone seen this video? I haven't seen this. Vantage Ledger.
There is a moment, exactly 1 minute and 40 seconds long, where everything we thought we knew about air defense stopped being true. Not in a test, not in a simulation. In real time, over Tel Aviv on March 16th, 2026. Here's what happened. Iran launched. The missile left Iranian territory traveling at Mach 15. That's roughly 18,000 kilometers per hour. It crossed the distance to central Israel in 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Israel's air defense warning system, the system that has kept millions of people alive through decades of conflict, requires a minimum of 6 minutes to complete its full alert cycle. Do that math. The explosion happened. Then the sirens finished. Not before. After. And here's the part that nobody in the mainstream coverage is stopping long enough to explain.
Oh, is this AI? Oh, man. Is it actually? It kind of looks. I really do feel like AI videos should be required to have like a fucking a sign on them or whatever.
This is not a fluke. This is not one miraculous lucky shot. This is the result of a very specific, very patient, very deliberate Iranian engineering program that identified one number, 6 minutes, and spent years building a weapon that flies faster than it. But here's what makes this story genuinely different from every other missile strike update you have seen this week. The Fada 2 is not even the main event.
His fucking lips don't move right, bro.
The main event is what Iran did with it. On March 16th, Wave 55 of Iran's Operation True Promise 4 did not target soldiers. It did not target apartment buildings or ports or power grids.
I feel bad watching AI. I'm sorry, I can't. As much as I would love to know what's in the video, I can't. Pull this up.
Iran has fired 2 missiles towards the joint British-American base on Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, the BBC understands. Well, the attack is thought to have been unsuccessful. The island, part of the Chagos, is nearly 2,400 miles from Iran. That's around 3,800 kilometres, and is beyond the range limit that Tehran's weapons are thought to be able to reach. Well, it's thought the missiles were launched before the UK announced that Americans could use the British bases for strikes in Iran aimed at stopping attacks on the Strait of Hormuz.
You remember when the U.S. said that there were no casualties and there was no loss of life? There was no American loss of life?
President Trump's
I'll take it with a grain of salt.
Posted on social media that America is getting very close to meeting its objectives as it's considering winding down.
Sorry, I really got to pee. I've been holding it in for no reason. I don't know why. One sec.
Military efforts in the Middle East, although CBS News is reporting that military planners are working on the option of ground troops. Our World News correspondent Joe Winwood reports.
Donald Trump claims Iran's military has been all but obliterated, but it is still firing back. This was a US diplomatic facility in Baghdad after a drone struck last night. And it seems Tehran is expanding not just its targets, but its range as well. The BBC understands that Iran fired 2 missiles at the UK-US base on Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, around 3,700 kilometres from the Iranian coast. Neither hit their target, but that is far further than their missiles were thought to be able to reach. It's understood that the attack happened before Sir Keir Starmer agreed that US planes could now use UK bases, for example RAF Fairford, to attack targets that could threaten shipping going through the Straits of Hormuz. It is a shift from the British government. Some will see as subtle, others significant. For Donald Trump, it seems to be too little, too late.
I was a little surprised at the UK, to be honest with you. They should have acted a lot faster.
From Iran, a very different response. The foreign minister warning that the shift in policy would have consequences. Mr. Starmer is putting British lives in danger, wrote Abbas Araghchi. Iran will exercise its right to self-defense. Yesterday, a missile fragment landed in Jerusalem's Old City, home to sites sacred to Christianity, Judaism and Islam. Iran continues to strike targets across the region, including Gulf states, once its allies. To Israel's north, the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah is still firing rockets over the border, which continues to be met with a ferocious response. Israeli tanks are moving north. Lebanese authorities say more than 1,000 people have now been killed by Israeli strikes, many of them civilians. Donald Trump is nothing if not unpredictable, and shortly after saying this,
I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
he took to social media to say the US was getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East. But ending conflicts is often harder than starting them, and Iran has vowed to keep fighting, whatever the cost. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Well, our North America correspondent Simi Jola Osho told us more about what we've been hearing from the president.
The US is considering winding down its military operations against Iran, and that they are close to achieving their objectives, which seem to have expanded since the start of the war to now basically include decimating Iran's military. It feels like he's sort of defining the parameters of a victory. right? And like you've said, Virginie, it slightly contradicts reports that we're hearing from US media, including CBS News, that firstly, the Department of Defense has made detailed preparations to deploy ground troops, although it's not clear under what circumstances the president would authorize that for. And then you've got the other report that nearly 5,000 Marines and several warships, American Marines and warships, are making their way to the Middle East from Japan and from the US. Now, when he was asked about it, President Trump said he wouldn't deploy ground troops. The Pentagon also declined to comment, citing operational security. But there have been sort of chatter around what circumstance those ground troops could be deployed. Could it be to increase military action on Hague Island, which is a key hub for the Iranians? Could it be to seize Iranian enriched uranium from Iran? Although that's not very clear. But what is clear is that the Trump administration is expanding its military options, but not necessarily expanding its military operations, if we're to go by what President Trump has just said.
Simi Jola Osho there in Washington. Well, Israel has contradicted President Trump's comments about the US winding down their operations in the Middle East. Israel's defense minister, Israel
winding down the operations. And by that, we mean... Got it. Okay. Makes sense.
Katz released a video statement saying that the joint US-Israeli military operation against Iran will intensify in the coming week. Let's have a listen.
This week, the intensity of the attacks that the IDF and the US military will carry out against the Iranian terrorist regime and against the infrastructure on which it relies will increase significantly, and the campaign, led by US President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, will continue.
Well, as we've been saying, the UK government has now allowed the United States the use of its bases for what it calls defensive operations in the Strait of Hormuz. I've been discussing that position with our political correspondent, Jack Fenwick.
The principle behind the UK's approach has not changed and will not change. They say that principle is about the UK only getting involved in what they call defensive operations. But clearly there are conversations happening in Downing Street about exactly what counts as a defensive operation. A few days ago, it didn't sound like allowing US forces to use UK bases to strike Iranian sites that were targeting the Strait of Hormuz was within that definition. Now, the government say that it is. Now, I think that has caused some concern in Parliament. We know that there are a number of Labour backbenchers, probably quite a small number at the moment, who think that actually that definition of defensive has perhaps moved beyond what they might have first assumed. The Liberal Democrats and the Green Party have both said
defensively destroying a nation that didn't attack. Got it.
That there should be a vote in Parliament on the US use of UK bases. At this stage, that feels unlikely to me because the government are sticking to this idea that they haven't budged. But clearly, the more the UK does get dragged into this, events like the Iranians targeting that base on Diego Garcia is inevitably going to lead to questions for ministers about where all this is going.
Indeed, and there's a lot of pressure, I guess, from both sides on Sir Keir Starmer. You've got pressure from the US and President Trump, who said that the UK should have acted a lot faster. And then you've got pressure from his own party and other politicians in Parliament.
Yeah, that's right. We know that Donald Trump has been critical of Sir Keir Starmer for not helping out more and more quickly. Now, I think one of the things which makes Downing Street less nervous about that criticism is the fact that they think they are pretty much in lockstep with other allies, and I think they will want to try and maintain that. I don't think we're going to see the UK sort of going off and doing something different to other countries. So that is certainly something in the forefront of his mind. Also, public opinion. Labour ministers keep reminding us that the public generally, when asked, seem to be in agreement with the sort of approach that the government has taken. And the thing that they will be thinking about more than anything else is the impact of this conflict on the economy back home. We know that senior ministers are having an emergency meeting next week to discuss the impact on the cost of living. We don't know the exact agenda, but I guess it's going to be things like petrol prices, like household bills, like interest rates and mortgages, the cost of food, all of this stuff is what is really concerning ministers right now.
That's Jack Fenwick there. Well, Matthew Saville is the director of military.
This shit just falls on such deaf ears, bro. The whole like, well, we have to worry about the affordability of murdering children. All right, man. All right, man. No, sure. So if it was profitable, we should kill more children? I know it's such a moot point, but God, does it fucking piss me off, man. Great Depression, welcome back. Thanks, Salty Sandals.
Sciences at RUSI, the Royal United Services Institute. I got his thoughts on all of this.
We've got personnel across the Middle East, in many cases co-located with US personnel in places like Qatar and Bahrain. So we were always going to be in the firing line. It really is this question about whether we start proactively engaging or whether, as it sounds, the UK government prefers us to remain, largely speaking, defensive. So focusing on UK nationals in the region, but also our regional partners and countries where we work with them. So Qatar, where we have a joint combat air squadron. It sounds like that is the government's preferred approach.
And in terms of what we were hearing before that from the US and those reports.
Can I say proactive is an insane way to describe just deciding you're going to bomb the shit out of a different country because, hey guys, I think Italy might have nukes. We should start bombing them. Hey guys, I think France might start building nukes. We should start bombing them. Yeah, I think Indonesia's building nukes. We need to start bombing them. What an insane universe. What a fucking insane fucking universe. Sorry, bad example with France. They already have nukes. But guys, they have nukes. We should bomb them. I think my ex-husband has nukes. Sorry, this chatter. Don't pause the video enough. I miss Hassan. My lobster is too buttery. My steak is too juicy. Some people just want to suffer. They just want to suffer.
That the possibility.
My camera is too big.
Boots on the ground is being considered. I mean, I spoke to someone an hour ago who said, look, this is all part of military planning. You look at all options.
I actually recently heard Jake and Logan Paul have acquired nukes. I think I saw something about the Tim Pool headquarters on the path to nuclear proliferation. We should just preemptively bomb. The United States government should preemptively bomb just to be sure. Just to be sure.
How much do you think this is a realistic option, given that many experts say the only way to really take back the Strait of Hormuz is by having boots on the ground on the Iranian sides in some form?
Well, I'm not sure that is the best way to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, the solution to the Strait of Hormuz in the long term is some kind of political.
What the fuck is this? I understand it's the BBC, so all of it's going to be trash. Realistically, that's why I'm talking about it, because I want to make fun of the BBC. UK allows the US to use bases to defend Hormuz Strait. Defend it from who? This is like Florida being like, we will allow Georgia to use bases to defend the Hudson River. It's like, huh? What? To defend it from the people who own the strait? Are we kidding?
Settlement that stops the fighting. Otherwise, you have committed either a ground force or a maritime force to effectively be running the gauntlet or holding ground. There are a number of different ways to try and force shipping through, but they all involve take risk. I think the question about lots of these options that are being talked, taking Iranian islands, opening the Strait, are within the realm of what is possible, but what they all relate to is how much risk the US is prepared to take. It has phenomenal military capability. It could take patches of land, it could provide air cover, it can strike Iranian forces almost at will. The real question is how much are they prepared to commit and for what duration and at what cost to their priorities elsewhere.
Guys, we have to defend Venezuela's oil by stealing it. We have to defend the Strait of Hormuz from the people who own it. Oh, okay.
Denims is streaming.
John Hugs, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I am streaming. Me when I defend my friend's slice of pizza by eating it. Here, I'm liberating you from your pizza. Consider yourself liberated.
Globally.
Indeed, and I wanted to also get your thoughts on those comments from President Trump towards his NATO, usually allies, calling them cowards.
Well, this is where you get the impression that there hasn't been an overarching political strategy to this, because if there had been, you would have lined up your allies to at least be supportive in advance, or indeed apportion different scales of effort. But this comes after President Trump has spent most of the past year insulting NATO partners and indeed telling them they should focus on European problems, and that's where they should put their military capability. So it's a bit much to now be saying, now send your forces outside of the Euro-Atlantic and focus elsewhere on a war that I've started without speaking to you.
Oh, man. Garcia, CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper gives update. Wait.
Hi, I'm Admiral Brad
I just missed this.
Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command, here for my 4th update
It's
on
from
Operation
today.
Epic Fury. On day
Every time anyone in a position of power in this country says Operation Epic Fury, I lose a year off my fucking life, dude.
22 of combat operations, U.S. forces continue to take bold action and will remain on plan to eliminate Iran's ability to project meaningful power outside its borders. Just 2 days ago, the U.S. Army launched the longest field artillery strike in Army combat history using precision strike missiles. The strike took out Iranian military infrastructure, demonstrating the U.S. military's unmatched reach and lethality. Iran has lost significant combat capability.
Just pull the wool over my eyes. Just go ahead. Just do it, Dewey, bro. Just fuck my shit up, bro. Go for it. We're pummeling them. Yes, so true. Mayor Cat, you gotta join in on this, Mayor Cat. Come on. Come on, one stretch. One prime, one stretch. Be relentlessly... You know, you really can't make... Like, am I watching a fucking Helldivers ad? Am I watching the Helldivers propaganda? Be relentlessly lethal and be a great teammate. The what do they call it? The automatons must be stopped. They are pure evil. Unlike human beings, which are amazing and full of sunshines, you want to protect your fellow Americans, or what is it called? What are they? Basic Federation called? You want to protect kittens and puppies, don't you? Then you must be relentlessly lethal. Kill every brown person you see on sight. If it's not an American, it's dead. Like, Super Earth needs you to steady your resolve. Huh? We're just making the straw man news real. Incredible stuff. Have you heard that Trump demanded Gulf states pay $2.5 trillion to stop the shit show? Oh, yeah, for sure. I also saw the suggestion on Fox that the $200 billion package that needs to be approved by Congress, we should make Iran pay for it. Just like we're going to eventually make Mexico pay for the wall. Any day now. Any day now. Any day now. Helldivers really amped up the jokes in game due to recent events, LMAO. We're losing a lot for some reason.
Denims is streaming.
Or else we'll tariff them. Don't mind the fact that we removed sanctions from oil in Iran. Can we have some oil now, please? Please, can we have some oil now? The wall really worked so well, dude. The money was so well spent. By the way, the Trump administration's policy on literally rounding up every brown person was way better evidence that building a wall was never going to do shit. Incentives and disincentives are more powerful means of attaining actual actionable change. Building a stupid fucking wall was never going to do anything except to be a massive waste of money. Making the country a complete shit show would actually make people not want to come here anymore, because who the fuck wants to come to the absolute shit show? You hear the recent plans to start drafting all men ages 18 to 25? No, that's fake. There's no way, dude. I think we have too many poor people that are actually going to enlist that we don't need to draft anytime soon is the reality. Robin, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Edipala, thank you for the tier 1. Or sorry, for the gift sub. Queen, thank you for the 12 months. Baby Gravy, thank you for the prime. I don't know if I said thank you, but thank you, John, for the 5 gift subs. De facto economic draft. Yeah, there's too many people in poverty in this country that, we kind of don't need a draft because we have a draft by virtue of being this fucking shithole country. Just trans your gender and then you won't be drafted anymore? Easy. 5 head, 10 head. Impulse hairline. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. As a quick little reminder, all gift subs go towards the great cause of a Resident
Denims
Evil
is
stream.
streaming.
Every sub will take us one step closer. One step forward to completing Resident Evil. All right, and we're making good progress, guys. We're making great progress. Oh, thank you. Little Hodor, thank you for the tier 1. Looney Tunes, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, guys. More are trying to get in, but a lot are rejected also. Anyone who joins the military for benefits is a dirty socialist. Have you heard about the rumors about ICE trafficking teenage minor girls to other states in ICE detention centers to even get them abortions after being raped in captivity? Why is no one in the U.S. storming these centers? Yes, I have seen that story. It actually is so fucking depressing. It's actually like, I just have no words for the level of depravity that this country has reached. It's truly, truly, truly pathetic. For anyone who didn't see this story here. No, not Trump shitting on Mueller. Where is it? Here it is. Wait, no, not this. I'll see if I can find it. One sec. I saw this from Bloomberg Wild. Trump says he's ready to deploy ICE to airports on Monday. We've gone from drill baby drill to kill baby kill. I hate this timeline. No, you mean you don't enjoy murdering a bunch of innocent civilians for literally no fucking reason? I love living here, Smile. The fuck is ICE gonna do? Well, you see, they're gonna, freedom. Freedom. Did you consider that? Yeah, I bet you didn't consider that, you fucking commie. You commie son of a bitch. Zon, thank you so much for the 5 gifties. Thank you. Arthena, thank you for the 12 months, a whole year, golly. Thank you. Let's finish this video. Sorry. Classic Denims pausing right before the end of the video.
Resolve. For we stand on the shoulders of giants, American heroes who have served with tenacity, grit, and honor. Fall back on your training, it is the best in the world. I just could not be prouder of our warfighters, and I know that the American people share in this same pride. Thanks so much. Godspeed.
The best training, by the way. And by the best training, we mean text notes. People who can't even run a mile. Yeah, the best training. The best training. For sure, for sure, for sure. For sure. So what the fuck?
President Trump just posting this on True Social, quote, if the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to let our country, in particular our airports, be free and safe again, I will move our brilliant and patriotic ICE agents to the airports where they will do security like no one has ever seen before, including the immediate arrest of all illegal immigrants who have come into our country, with heavy emphasis on those from Somalia who have totally destroyed, with the approval of a corrupt governor, attorney general, and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, the once great state of Minnesota. I look forward to seeing ICE in action at our airports. Make America great again. And that comes, as we know, ICE is fully funded for a few years. So he does have the power to do this. And I guess the question remains, does Chuck Schumer continue this and President Trump make good on that promise he just put out on True Social?
So they're setting up for Burger 9/11. Yay! Why don't they just privatize TSA like they did Boeing and everything else? Oh boy, that'll surely improve safety. I live in Minnesota. Kill me now, please. Brian, kill me. Talk about a fold like a paper crane. Bro. He's perma-folded, bro. I don't think he's ever been unfolded, ever, in his life. All right, this is a longer story on this.
The Trump administration coming up with some outside-of-the-box ideas in order to deal with the ongoing partial government shutdown and, of course, the lapse in pay for TSA officers. President Trump posting this within the past hour, saying the radical left Democrats have hurt so many people with their vicious and uncaring ways. What they have done to the Department of Homeland Security, our fantastic TSA officers, and most importantly, the great people of our country, is an absolute disgrace. The Democrats do not allow for just and proper security at our airports and elsewhere throughout our country. ICE will do the job far better than ever done before. The fascist...
The ICE agents can't even waddle over some snow and you think that they can do TSA's job. That's amazing. That's incredible. Holy shit. Afro, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. I've trained level 6, let's go. I will say really quickly, I do appreciate all of the subs, everybody. If you are enjoying the broadcast and you'd like a totally ad-free experience on twitch.tv, this is one of the very few streams on Twitch that has no ads at all. Anyone here who has gone to other streams that do have ads, you know just how shit ads are. You immediately click on a channel, you're bombarded with ads. You go watch for 5 minutes, there's more ads. You watch for another minute, suddenly there's another ad. Stream is totally, completely ad-free. Totally sponsor-free.
The are gone, people.
Hell? Same wavelength. Random Taco, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Hammond Fist, thank you for the 20 gift subs as well. What the? Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What should I eat for lunch?
Gone,
Shit, man.
people.
I don't know. Tell me when I decide what I'm gonna eat for lunch, I'll let you know. But yeah, if you like a broadcasting experience, completely ad-free, completely sponsor-free, all of my opinions are my own. I have not taken any money from sponsors and God knows how long, for literal years. So I only get to do this broadcast because of support from viewers like you, for viewers like you. Denims Broadcasting Service only gets to exist because of your support. So if you would like to show some support, it's only $6 a month. do tier 1 sub. You can also tier 2, tier 3 if you're sitting on a Prime sub that's just sitting there, just shitting there, collecting dust. This is a great opportunity to use it. We have lots of fun emotes. You can post links in chat if you're subbed. Or you can gift some subs to another chatter who currently doesn't have any pants, who's currently naked, who's naked and afraid in chat. They're scared and they really need pants. Okay? Please don't let them be naked and afraid. But yeah, I do really, really appreciate all the support. It really does mean a lot that I get to get on and make fun of this world. And we can, you know what, chat? We can just watch the world completely fall apart. But you know what? At least. Oh, thanks, Blink. What the hell? Thank you. Really nice of you. But at least, you know, we get to watch the world crash and burn together. And we get to watch China take over as the new hegemonic leader. As they should be, honestly. The US, richest country in the world, can't even take care of its own fucking citizens. Can't even feed its own citizens. Can't even house its own citizens. Can't even give healthcare to its own citizens. So, you know, kind of sucks to be on this side, but at least we're going to usher in a better world eventually. At least one day. I forgot how I got on that, but I really do appreciate all the support, and thank you guys for all the support. Thank you for all of the gifties, all of the primes, all of the tier 1s and tier 2s and tier 3s. Really means a lot. And we have a bonus that if we get another 100 subs, we can play some Resident Evil. Some Resident Evil. Plus, we just got the blood extractor, so we get to save more. So I get to do more stupid shenanigans. And try and kill more zombos. Yeah, zombos! But thanks, Dirt or Buzz. Thank you. Thank you. Speedrun when? Okay, nice try. I don't speedrun games. Lynette, thank you for the gifts. Dirt, thank you for the 3 months. Magic, thank you for the 5. Sego, thank you for the 5. Colonel Bread, thank you so much for the 16. Didn't realize I was naked. My bad. I forgive you. It's okay. If you didn't know that your cock was out, it's okay. I will forgive it. You have one free pass. All right. But only one.
Denims
okay?
is streaming.
And you have to get dressed like any reasonable person in here. Bloodly. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing it. Thank you for the 5 gifts. Wubby, thank you for the prime. Ickle, thank you for the prime. Stanton, thank you for the prime. Applesauce, thank you for the tier 1. Razington, thank you for the 5. Thanks, guys. No, Hyphomancer. Shh. That's for gaming streams. You can't talk about gaming in here. This is the politics. No gaming here. Only politic here. Only politic. Robert Mueller just died. Oh, we saw. Afro, thank you for the gifts. That's a little sill. Thank you. And Lynette, thank you so much for the gift sub as well. TSA has literally caught zero terrorists since its creation following 9/11. They'll just violate your fourth amendment. We don't even need them. You mean to tell me that sometimes... Can we just talk about something else as well? I feel like the TSA rules are so random. Sometimes they're like, take your shoes off. Other times they're like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you crazy? Put your shoes back on right now. You're wearing a belt. They're like, belt is fine. It's okay. Not wearing a belt. What the fuck are you doing? Sometimes they're like, put the backpack in the plastic bin. You put it in. Other times they're like, are you fucking crazy? Are you trying to blow this place up? Why would you ever put a backpack in a bin? Are you insane? It's like, I don't know. The rules are changing every time. I swear to God, you guys are just fucking with me. I'm just doing my best, man. I'm just trying to get through this process as quickly as possible. Okay? Just trying to get through this shit as quickly as I can. Oh. Christ. Depends on the type of scanners and x-rays they have, but yeah, it's kind of dumb. Well, the problem is like the rules are so random, and sometimes you just get absolutely fucking shit on by the random TSA agent, and they look at you like you're a fucking idiot. Like, why would you ever think that? Why would you ever think that you would take your belt off? Like, okay, man. All right, man.
Denims is streaming.
ICE heard about the molestation and the racial profiling agency, and they had to get rid of the competition. You can't say that. You can't say that. That's illegal. It's illegal to say that, bro. Sean, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Gwen, thank you for the gift sub. Lunette, thank you for the gift subs. Ansu. Magic, thank you for the 5. Thank you guys so much. Kavanaugh's in shambles. Oh my god, dude. All right, let's continue.
Democrats will never protect America, but the Republicans will. Just like the radical left allowed millions of criminals to pour into our country through their ridiculous and dangerous open border policy. The Republicans closed it all down, and we now have the strongest border in American history. Likewise, I look forward to moving ICE in on Monday and have already told them to get ready. No more waiting, no more games, the president says. So, just pretty much hearing that ICE now being considered to help staff TSA operations. Some images from the past week or so as lines at airports have been causing headaches in some cases. The warning from Trump comes after the Senate failed again on Friday to advance a measure to end the funding lapse, with Democrats insisting counteroffers from the White House, which have included some concessions, are insufficient. We'll continue to track this story. The president says on Monday they're going to be looking to perhaps move ICE in to some of those jobs. So we'll be watching closely at the beginning of this week to see how exactly this shakes out. A live look at the Capitol.
Why is he speaking NPR style? I do feel like mainstream media is trying their fucking best to like appeal to a broader audience. Al Jazeera kind of did it, but I think Al Jazeera kind of doesn't need to, where they're like following the guy with the camera and it's like, hi guys. It's like, what? I don't need this. It's fine. The original format was fine. Most recently, did you guys see what they've been doing to Jake Fapper, bro? Oh God. What they're doing to Jake Fapper and Andrew, no, Cooper, fuck is his name? Oh my God. White hair. Total fucking Democrat. Anderson Cooper. I was like, Andrew. No, it's not Andrew Cooper. Yeah. They're attempting to turn their anchors into on-air podcasters. Things are getting desperate over at CNN. What is this? What's with all these knickknacks on the table? What's all this trash? They got the damn mic in front of him, bro. And you know that shit's a prop mic. That shit's a prop mic. There's no way, bro. There's no way. Look at this. Look at the performative nature of this shit. The little coat rack. Hold up. We gotta zoom in on this bitch. Look at what they need. Look at what they need to mimic us. A fraction of our power. Look at this. Hold up. Look at the performative nature. These fucking random ass suits and these, it's the same shirt. It's literally 4 of the same shirt. 5 of the same suit. Buckets filled with absolutely nothing. Whatever this is, Christ almighty, the nastiest wall sign you've ever seen in your life. Oh my God, guys, stop. At least like Brett Cooper's room was kind of believable. Brett Cooper pretending to be a streamer, appropriating streamer culture, it was at least a little bit believable. This?
So you guys...
Okay. The only thing about it that wasn't believable was like the multiple angles. Like very few streamers are doing multiple angles on their streams.
She also said in this testimony that at the time when she was actually nails in the coffin. And like I said, obviously.
Here we go. First, Brett Cooper. Now, Jake Fapper. It's so performative. And then look, they've even... They're even putting some stupid ass fucking microphone in front of Cooper, dude. No suit, loose tie, so you know it's casual. So you know it's he's just like Theo Vaughn, bro. Bro is just like Theo Vaughn. I don't understand the multi-angle thing. It feels so detached. Like, who the fuck are you talking to? The corner spiders? You're talking to the people who live in your walls. They need to put Subway Surfers in the bottom right. Dude, this is so sad. This is so cringy. The worst part about this setup is, like, it's so obviously fucking forced. Like, I don't mean to boast a little too hard. Maybe they should just try having good takes. Well, what are you, fucking crazy? I don't mean to boast, but I try to have, like, the stuff in my background be stuff that, like, I've accumulated over multiple years that has, like, personal significance to me, or, like, streaming in general, or, like, things that I've gotten a chance to experience because of content or because of streaming. Like, this is the Creator Clash gloves that I got a privilege to go to and have so much fun there. I have, like, oh, I don't have it right now. I think I put it away somewhere when I was moving stuff around, but I've got, like, the bleed purple Twitch thing. There's, like, I know Twitch is a shithole platform and everything, but it still, like, makes me happy to see that. Or, like, gifts from, like, friends that I've made through content, or, like, this is stuff that I've gotten, like, at, like, a TwitchCon and stuff. Like, it's got, like, something that feels sort of remotely authentic, right? Whereas whatever the fuck this is, it's like, dude, you guys literally just grabbed a bunch of fucking signs, slapped them on, and called it a... You were like, yep, that's it. That's it. We're good. What is your problematic item? Oh, I think my most problematic item... Hold up. Let me show you guys, actually. Look at this wormy bong a friend of mine got. But this is, like, again, it's like all stuff from, like, content spaces. This is a friend I made only because of content. Look at this wormy bong. I don't even smoke. But look at how cute it is. This is my most controversial item. It's a chess set for the 2020 election cycle. Honest, I don't even remember how I got these, but I've got, like, these Trump colognes. I think somebody gave them to me. Or no, it's shampoo and conditioner. I've got a lot of random shit because people know I do politics, so they give me a bunch of, like, random shit that's politically relevant. What does it smell like? I don't even know if this shit is still good. Oh, it smells like pedophilia. All right. The thing I collect is, like, friends giving me gray cat things. 2 of them. Favorite of mine. This is when I went and did the we did a Disney stream with Jenna and Cutie, and this was the little backpack we all wore. All of us had a little backpack, and it has, like, a little leaf. Really cute. But it's like... That's kind of like the benefit of having an actual setup. You fill it with stuff. Or even the sign. That was a sign gifted to the stream by Oberga. So it's just, like, filled with stuff that actually is relevant, that, like, I've gotten to build up over time. Some of the stuff is, like, stuff that I bought that I put there, like the little Poro. But most of the stuff in the background is stuff that I've either gotten because of friends that I've made from content, or stuff that I've gotten from going to content events or whatever. Like I said, like some random TwitchCon items and stuff. It was given by a friend. This little nar was given by a friend of the channel, Oxy. Really, look at how cute it is. It's like, it was like a limited edition thing that I got going to that I was gifted going to the Riot Studios. Look at, and it's so high quality. Isn't it so high quality? I don't know, it's dope. Is the poster an eightfold path? No, the poster is actually another Avatar poster. I really love Avatar: Last Airbender. It is actually probably one of my, it's like a top 5 show for me. I don't think anything will ever like be able to remove it off of top 5. It's just a perfectly crafted story with perfect characters. Like, it's just, I don't know how you would improve it. It's peak. It's so peak. But it's actually an Avatar poster. Anyways, you can like tell, right? What's colored that wall? It's purple. You can tell the difference between like a background that's made with love, that's been built over the course of time, and like whatever the fuck this random trash is. This literal fucking garbage wall. Like, it's literally... Oh yes, McCain Payne, Romney. Like, are we serious right now? What is this trash? It's like an SNL cold open set design. Christ. Shouldn't your best trophy be your first paycheck for Qatar? Is the Ashanka from when you personally did the Russian Revolution? Yes. Yes. Need an in-depth room tour? Dude, that actually would be such a fun content idea. Emphasis on the word cold. I mean, they're just desperately trying to be relevant. Like, they just can't get over the fact that, like, having... It's the same thing as the Democratic candidates, just being this soulless husk that does nothing but chill for AIPAC. It's not appealing to viewers. Like, don't get me wrong, Trump did a lot of damage to mainstream media by calling it all, like, fake news and whatever. But, man, when people turn on the TV and they see people justifying murdering babies and murdering children and murdering innocent people in Gaza, and they're like, well, this was a justified war, and it's a reasonable response from Israel. It's reasonable for Israel to have the world's largest open-air prison, run an apartheid state, have illegal settlements, murder innocent Palestinian people, murder them when they are attempting to organize peacefully, and mock them for their deaths, mock them for their situations. This is all totally acceptable. This is actually fine. So it's only right for them, in response to October 7th, which nothing happened before then, for them to murder as many human beings as they want. Like, what? What the fuck are... What? I bet next week he'll get a dog named Maya. Not it's actually a combination between Meerkat and Kaya. Actually real. Is real. Yeah, I just can't with this shit, dude. It's just pathetic. And I mean, like, I will say one thing. If I was dumber, I would definitely be like an Alex Jones fan. For sure. Like, I would be an Alex Jones believer. Because prior to, like, I think the current Epstein stuff, Alex Jones has been someone that I think consistently, first of all, besides being entertaining as shit, so entertaining. I mean, this is peak entertainment. Nothing will ever top this, I think.
And here we go. Our creation.
Indeed. The argument.
So when we come back, we'll come back.
Wait a second.
Can we go back?
I didn't mean to start it there.
Because you know what you got to say about Alex Jones? It's definitely fucking real. As evidenced, by the way, by his, I don't know if it was a deposition or him on the stand in his court case about the Sandy Hook defamation suit that lost him InfoWars. He was the same person on the stand as he was off the stand. Like, Alex Jones is fucking, like, real. What you get is what he is. That is him to the max. And I think that's been very appealing for a lot of people for a very long time. But that's also the reason why streaming is popular. I got tinnitus. Ears are ringing. Liberal. See this Majority Report clip? It's so funny. Wait 1 second. Hope it's the clavicular stuff that people were talking about.
If the white smoke over Tel Aviv.
My earbuds aren't working.
On this Saturday afternoon, just past 2:30 in the afternoon in D.C. We, of course, have been tracking Congress's movements. The Senate is live on the floor right now talking about the Save America Act. We don't have anybody up at the microphone at this moment.
Who is speaking?
We'll let you know if that changes. And we'll also let you know if President...
Silence.
Subaru. I was wondering if the white smoke over Tel Aviv is an indication they picked a new Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my God.
Listen, Sam Cedar is allowed to laugh at that joke. If I laugh at it, they're going to call me anti-Semitic. Okay, bro? The right-wingers are going to call me anti-Semitic for laughing at that. Is the white smoke sign that they picked the new Jeffrey Epstein in Israel? Bro, stop. Isn't it a little bit sad? Can I also talk about something a little bit a small sidebar? Social media, I think, has totally ruined people's ideas, people's idea of mainstream media, because mainstream media does so much fear mongering and so much othering of people. I mean, CNN literally is constantly manufacturing consent for killing and fucking deporting as many migrants as possible. They're like, yes, we need to do something about all these illegals here. But, you know, like something reasonable, like only kidnapping half of them. You know, we're reasonable people, so we only think you should do a little bit. And the same thing with like the Iraq War, Afghanistan. These are all shitholes. We need to go and kill all these people. Like, it is insane. It is genuinely, like, it is mind-boggling to me that Randy Fine has a job. Like, this country failed the moment that someone like Randy Fine in the modern era could have a fucking job. Like, that's crazy to me. You can be 50% Hitler and try and convince people that Arab people and brown people and Muslim people are super dirty and they're barbarians and they're savages. Meanwhile, for prayer, they literally wash themselves 5 times a day. Like, let me say something. I'm going to be bold. It is objectively true that you are gross to put shoes on a bed. And let me tell you, I've only ever seen white Americans do it. Not all white Americans. Somehow, always been white American. It is disgusting. If there's anyone in chat right now, I'm saving you. If you ever were wondering why you brought a shorty over and then she immediately had to leave, it was because you put your fucking shoes on the bed. That's disgusting. That is actually so fucking gross. I'm saving you from yourself. If you do that, stop now. Stop now. I would go further and say you should take off outside clothes. You should have inside clothes and you should have outside clothes. But let's start small. No shoes on the bed. For the love of God, please. I think if I ever did that, I think like my parents would have like burned all of my shoes. They would have taken all of them and thrown them in the trash, and they would have been like, well, since you can't behave, since you think it's okay to just bring in all that dirt, go ahead, walk barefoot outside. Let's see what your feet look like afterward. Like that. And that's if they didn't, chancla me. Like, that's not, that's disgusting. That's actually fucking disgusting. Do not, please. But it's crazy to me that American media has tried to convince Americans that brown people are the dirty and barbaric savages. Meanwhile, let me tell you, I've never been in a brown household ever that was, 1, dirty, always fucking spotless in those households. 2, that they brought their shoes, that they didn't immediately take every single brown household I've ever been in, they take their shoes off immediately. Immediately. The second they walk in, there's a little area, and they take their shoes off immediately. Sorry. Like, can you imagine being like, I saw this video, I needed to show it to all of you because it's so insane to me. Can you imagine actually falling for like brown people, Muslim people, Arab people are dirty and savages and whatever? And genuinely think that when videos like this exist. Bro got the silk wrap. The finesse, the art. Meanwhile, there's some fucking Americans that go around never washing their fucking legs. And you're trying to convince me that brown people are the savages. Brother, stop. You don't get to say brown people are the savages if you don't wash your legs. I'm sorry. New rule. If you don't wash it, you know what? That's your business. That's between you and God and your poor wife. But you don't get to say that other people are gross savages. Sorry. No. New feta. Yeah. New fatwa. And it's always the most unwashed. It's kind of like the white supremacists that literally look like a creation in Spore, and they're like, the master race. I am the master race. It's like, bro, the master of what? Deranged cretins that should have never left their fucking homes, their caves, huh? Bruh. No. It's the same thing. It's always the dudes that don't wash their ass crack that are like, well, I can't put my hand between my cheeks because that's fucking gay. So I never wash my ass crack. It's always those dudes that are like, I don't know. Those brown people are fucking dirty. It's like, what the hell? You literally just admitted 2 sentences ago you don't wash your ass. What do you mean? That's a thing? Bruh. Yeah. Thankfully, it started to like fade from existence, but it's definitely a group of people that exist. That still exist. It's like, dude, it's not gay to not want to smell like poop, man. That's just being clean, bro. I'm sorry, man. Why would we Europeans use forks from the East? Did God not provide us with perfectly good forks at the end of our arms? Real paraphrased quote from antiquity. Girls tell me about those guys who look normal, but they don't wash their ass. Dude, stop. It's like, I have to pretend like they're not real. I have to pretend like they're not real. I'm sorry. We do have arm forks. What is a hand if not a fork? Fucking uses my hand like a fork to like pierce Twinkies. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. The claw, really? It is more of a claw. I agree with you. But you know what, chat? I'm actually, this is what I mean when I say I feel like I will, social media and like the internet, sorry, not social media, the internet will always have a warm spot in my heart. Prior to the internet, you just like had no way of knowing or learning about other cultures if they didn't live next to you. If you didn't have a neighbor who was of a culture, you would just never know anything about any group of people. It's why manufacturing consent for the Iraq war was so much easier than it is now. Because now you go to TikTok and you're like, oh, Ramadan is just like, you just fast and you don't drink any water or eat food. Oh, Muslim people don't really bother Americans. They just kind of like do their own thing. Oh. Huh. Oh, Mamdani's kind of cool. Oh, mashallah is just like, it's like a positive thing. Oh, it's not. Oh, Allahu Akbar doesn't mean like we're going to bomb you and kill all the infidels. Oh, it just means God is good and God is great. God is the greatest. Oh. Okay. I didn't realize that. Okay. And then you realize that like this is how America has built up its propaganda machine for decades. They literally renamed cannabis to marijuana to make it sound more what word would you use to describe it? Like scary, more like, I mean, specifically Mexican, but there's a word that I'm looking for. Foreign, ethnic, yeah. Like, whoa, look, it's the scary marijuana. It's like, I mean, I guess. I don't really think it's that scary. Is it disrespectful for non-Muslim people to say salam alaikum? Nope, not at all. Not at all. And if anyone ever tells you salam alaikum, you say wa alaikum salam. It's just saying like hello. That's it. Just a respectful way to say hello. In fact, the coolest thing about Arab nations that I've found, Arab people love when you speak Arabic. You can butcher and mispronounce so many Arab words or like Arabic words, and I have never met a single Arab person that has taken offense to poor pronunciation. Unless you're actively trying to be disrespectful, I've never seen an Arab person feel disrespected. You can like watch videos of like white dudes with swag that like try to learn Arabic, but the pronunciation is hard. Certain phonetics are just harder to learn when you're older, like ain and ghain. And you can see like how these people's faces light up when you speak their language. They're like, oh, dude, yeah. It's like imagine the complete opposite of France. Like the complete total opposite of French people. That's the entire global south too. You try to say 2 words in my language, you're my best friend now. Are you Arab, by the way? Yes, I am. On the Silk Road, traders would say salam to each other even if they were not Muslim. Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's no one that would take offense to... you would have... Also, Arab people love to joke. They love to yoke around. You have to, like I said, you have to intentionally be trying to be disrespectful. I think as long as you're not trying to, like, joke about, like, the Prophet Muhammad, you're good. You're good. There's no one there's no one you're going to offend. I was trying to find something. What the fuck? First of all, I just want to say I'm alive and you're all a witness. Bro, stop. What is that? What do you mean this is an edit of Dexter tying up Netanyahu to a fucking a table with plastic wrap, dude? Stop. Stop, dudes. I can't even remember the last time I purchased a large quantity of natural gas from South Pars / North Dome Field. I'm not too concerned about these events. No, stop. Stop it. This is illegal. This is illegal. This is defamation. I don't know who it's defaming, but it's defaming someone. One time in France, I bought a sandwich from a Lebanese woman in Arabic, and she put me on the phone with her brother because she was so excited I spoke her language. Stop, it's gonna make me cry. That's so wholesome. And then there's this shit. What would win? General hospitality and kindness of Arab and Muslim people that average everyday people are constantly running into? I mean, do I need to pull up the Anthony Bourdain video where he goes to Gaza? And everyone there is super polite. Oh, it's almost like they're not going to just randomly start killing. Oh, what if you were gay in Gaza? Yeah, okay, dude. What would win in the public eye? Israelis that are constantly committing war crimes, killing children, making fun of random Arab women for having lingerie, pretending like little girls have Hitler on their iPad or are reading Mein Kampf. Or average hospitality, average Arab hospitality. Stones collapsed from the Qibli prayer hall in Al-Aqsa Mosque due to ongoing Israeli excavations, which occupation authorities preventing any restoration work in the area. Okay. I did flyaway missions. Every Arabic-speaking person I met would either love that I would try and say hi in their Arabic or brutally roast my ass and then offer me a taste of their culture. That's great, yeah. I will tell you, Arab people like to roast. Arab people will roast your ass. They will lightly roast your ass, but it's a sign of endearment, okay? It's a sign of endearment. If they roast your ass, it means that they think you're a real one. And if they didn't trust you, they wouldn't be speaking to you. They would not be speaking to you. Cross-cultural. I mean, I would compare it to like, it's very weird. It's like that Stavros quote, where it's like all immigrants are the same. But I would even extend it to even further than immigrants. Like, I would even compare it to like what I personally view, and this is just as like an outsider looking in. So actually this position would be the most correct because I'm specifically talking about as an outsider looking into cultures that you're not from. I would also compare it to immigrant culture and like Black American culture, where we all love to eat, we love to have fun, we love to throw parties, we love family, and we're all kind of loud mouths. And it's only WASP culture that is not like that, and it's very depressing. It's like like WASP households are so fucking depressing. The like almond mom households, oh my God, it's so it is everything but WASP culture. It's so depressing. Like I feel very at home around like non-WASP households where it's like there's like some parents screaming at their kid and they're like, "Get the fuck up, you need to help." I'm like, just like home. Just like home. I'm right at home. You know what I mean? What is WASP? White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. It's just like think of like an evangelical white American. The few times I've experienced like the Cartmans of the world, where like, dude, some white people be screaming at their parents. I'm like, I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Like, so it's like a fight or flight response in my body. I'm like, I don't feel like this should be happening. So you want to die? Yeah. Trump is a WASP, but the P stands for pedo. Dude, shut up. Stop. Marco Rubio going to Japan to apologize for Trump. So true. Fucking so true.
The Mueller rolls are gone, people.
Behind what the hell? Thank you for the 50 gift subs. Oh my god, what the? Thank you so much. Here I was like trying to be sneaky with it. I was like, maybe we can just leave the rest of the subs for tomorrow and then we can just do Sunday gaming. You're like trying to get us there. I was like literally was getting close to being like, all right, I think what we'll do, we'll just catch up on this goal tomorrow and then we can do it. But you want it. You want it. Gaming frogs get all the pants, dude. This is such a great lifestyle for everybody. Gaming frogs are living the fuck up and everyone is becoming pantsful. Fucking win-win situation here. Do not come. Bribes get gaming now. I mean, listen. Would you rather the Trumpian model?
Assange's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
Where bribes get you forever wars, or the Denbo model where bribes get you gaming? Hmm? Yeah, that's what I thought. No brainer. I'd love to jork today. Stop. You know, I keep forgetting that my title is jorking it. Oh yeah, we're jorking. Or my going live notification or whatever. All right. Well, everybody. Resident Gordon Requiem. You guys remember Hell's Kitchen? Oh god. All right, you know what, chat? I feel like we've gotten Ed Apollo, thank you for the gifts of Cap Nice behind. You know what? I think gotten close enough. How about a fun gaming stream? Yeah, how about it? You know what? As a treat. Okay, let me see. Open this bad boy up. Wait, I almost forgot. There's something very important. Let's fucking shit. Rant, thank you for the 30 months. Wait, I almost forgot. There's something very important that I need to show you guys before we can go any further. Before we can stream on Not Denims. There's something very important. You guys all must. Where is it? It's very important. Hold. No, not this one. Oh my god. If I don't find this, I'm gonna curse blowed. This? Dude, how is this picture fucking real, by the way? Ian tries to recreate Ethan's posture. Do you guys remember when Ethan got so butthurt because I made fun of his posture? How is this image real? I have genuinely no words about how this image could possibly be fucking real. How is it real? He's doing the Biden Crypt Keeper walk, bro. Looks like a Dark Souls enemy, bro. Not the Hunchback of Tel Aviv, bro. Stop.
I don't know if this will work. Okay, this hand is out, and this is like... I can't. My proportions are too normal.
Wait.
That's as good as I'm gonna get. Nice.
Didn't we encounter the zombie in RE9? Yeah. Uh-huh. Move the shirt off the neck. Yeah, he needed to move it off a little bit. This is brutal. Remember the one time Denim says Ethan Klein should wear suits more because it made him look better, and then he wore suits for a year? Yeah. That was by far the funniest face, dude. God. I get it, dude. I get it. You want my approval, man. It's okay. Why is he literally this guy? Wait, hold up, Kit Kat. Let me see this. What the fuck? This is what happened after months of him hiding the zombie bite. All right, okay. All right, I found what I wanted to show all of you. Yes, but we'll send all of you off on. Well, everybody, thank you all for tuning into the stream. All of the politics frogs. I will be seeing you guys tomorrow for a Sunday fun day. If you guys are still interested, I kind of wanted to watch that Tectone Shamu video. I heard it was really good. And I haven't gotten a chance to watch it, so it feels like a good Sunday fun day video. We'll see. But have a great rest of your day, politics frogs. I will see all of you guys tomorrow. Stay hydrated. Tell your homies you love them. And see you in the next one. For everybody else, it's gaming time. It's motherfucking gaming time. We're going to play some Resident Evil. We're going to continue where we left off. And I'm going to raid over right now. But I want to leave you guys with here.